Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark. I'm a professor of Chinese history. And in this series, we'll be talking about the martyr saints of China who died there through mostly the Qing dynasty. Tertullian said that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. History shows that this is largely true. In the West, Catholics often hear of the martyrs of the patristic age. Jesus was a martyr who died on a Roman cross in Jerusalem. St. Peter, the first pope, was crucified upside down on Vatican Hill. St. Andrew was crucified on a cross in the shape of an X. And St. Lawrence was roasted alive on an iron grill. After a few minutes of being cooked, Lawrence reportedly looked at his tormentors and said, "Turn me over, boys, I'm done on this side." Most Catholics know these names, but the Church today reaches beyond the borders of the West and the Middle East. It is now more universal than ever before. The Church spans the entire globe. And if what Tertullian said is true, then every region where the Mass is celebrated, there were Christian martyrs who came before and built a holy foundation with their blood. How many Catholics have heard of Saint Shi Zhuzi, who was flayed alive for refusing to worship a Buddhist statue? Or Saint Zhao Rong, who was tortured and died in prison because he would not deny his faith in Christ. China is known in the East as Zhongguo, or the Middle Kingdom. And this series is about the Christian saints who gave their lives there. This series is about their stories. It is about the saints of China, martyrs of the Middle Kingdom. To understand China's martyrs better, we must first understand the history of Christianity as it was established there. Well, the history of Christianity in China began as early as AD 637, when the Nestorian missionary Alapin first reached the capital of the Tang Dynasty. This was not Catholic Christianity. The first Catholic missionary in China was the Italian Franciscan Father John of Montecorvino. Father John entered the Mongol capital of the Yuan Dynasty in 1293, where he was very warmly greeted by the elderly Kublai Khan. The old Khan was in fact so impressed by the Franciscan that he allowed him to build a church beside the walls of the imperial palace. And Kublai is said to have delighted in the Latin chants and church bells of the nearby Catholic mission. Montecorvino was consecrated the first Catholic bishop in China. He baptized several thousands of converts in the north, but unfortunately for the church, China's first Catholic mission disappeared around 1368 as the Mongol rule ended and the new Chinese Ming dynasty began. The first wave of Catholic Christianity in China did not last more than a century, but the second wave hit the Middle Kingdom with an intensity that has left an indelible mark on Chinese culture to this very day. That second wave was inaugurated by the brilliant linguist and holy Jesuit Father Matteo Ricci. After St. Francis Xavier had opened the trail to Asia, a stream of Jesuit missionaries followed in his footsteps. They were perhaps the most intellectually gifted and spiritually committed soldiers for Christ in the history of the Church. Next to St. Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Society of Jesus, Matteo Ricci is certainly the most famous of all the Jesuits, and certainly the famous of all Jesuit missionaries. And he struck Asia like a firestorm. When he finally entered China, Ricci adopted St. Loyola's famous maxim, It is not that they must become like us, but we like them. Thus, the Jesuit mission in China was based on the principle of accommodation. Chinese Christianity was to remain essentially Catholic, but the trappings were to respect and honor the Chinese culture that already existed in the Middle Kingdom. Ricci also understood that certain aspects of Christian belief should be introduced slowly in China. Prudence was the hallmark of Jesuit work. In a letter to his superior general in 1596, Ricci wrote, "We only venture to move forward very slowly. It is true that up till now, we have not explained the mysteries of our holy faith, but we are nonetheless making progress by laying the principal foundations." The most problematic claims of the early missionaries in China were the most sacred teachings of the Christian faith, namely, that an innocent man was tried and condemned as a common criminal, and that this common criminal was in fact God. In China, legal condemnation was its own proof of guilt, and even worse, that this man caused civil unrest. So by traditional Chinese sensibilities, condemned criminals are assumed guilty, and good people do not cause unrest in their community. Both of these aspects of Christ's life offended Confucian teachings. But despite these obstacles, the Jesuit father Matteo Ricci and his confreres successfully converted some of China's most educated elite, among whom was the celebrated court official Xu Guangqi, who took the name Paul at his baptism. Paul Xu became one of the three pillars of the Catholic Church in China, alongside Yang Tingyun and Li Zhizao. And his tomb in Shanghai still attracts a busy flow of visitors every day. One of the largest obstacles of conversion in China was the church's teaching that a man can only have a single wife. Chinese culture allowed men to have as many wives as a man could support in order to increase the possibility of having more sons. Emperors commonly had several thousands of wives in the palace, but the reward of heaven was high incentive, and men who converted to Catholicism normally made arrangements for their secondary wives to be supported in separate households, while they remained married to only a single wife. China was a very hierarchical society, and Matteo Ricci believed that in order to make it a Christian nation, it had to be converted from the top down. Thus, his plan was to convert the country's elite statesmen, and better yet, to convert the emperor himself. By the 19th century, the number of Catholics in China reached around 200,000 in all of China. But Ricci's original goal of converting the emperor, of making what the Jesuits called a Chinese Constantine, had been unsuccessful. Later missionaries, such as the brilliant and holy Jesuit Father Giulio Aleni, focused less on China's elites than on the poorer classes in China's remote villages. This is when the church really began to blossom. And as Christian numbers began to rise, the Chinese authorities became increasingly wary of these foreigners who taught what they considered to be a heterodox religion. Problems of religious and cultural dialogue plagued the Chinese mission in China, and fierce anti-Catholicism arose. Several factors contributed to China's growing anti-Christian view. One of the most obvious causes for Chinese reactions against Catholic missionaries was the fact that these Catholic missionaries were quite often brought to China on Western military ships. The Chinese have often said that while Buddhism came to China on the back of an elephant, Christianity came to China on the barrel of a gun. But probably the largest reason for China's traditional disdain for Christians was the infamous rights controversy. This controversy raged from around 1699 until 1704. The rights controversy is a sad chapter in the history of the Chinese Church, because before this event, the emperor was giving the mission his increasing support. In 1692, the Imperial Office of Rights wrote an edict giving Christians unprecedented praise. The emperor said, quote, "We have seriously considered the matter of Europeans who have crossed the vast expanse of the oceans that separate us from Europe. They deserved our esteem and gratitude by the outstanding services that they have rendered to us in wars, both civil and foreign, by their unremitting hard work in writing useful and curious books, and by their integrity and their sincere affection for our public good. Moreover, their doctrine has nothing common with the false and dangerous sects existing within the empire, so that their teaching does not lead to sedition." This support was quickly revoked, however, after an internal conflict within the church resulted in missionary policies that seemed, and perhaps were, a rather ignorant attack on Chinese culture. The rights controversy centered on two problems. The first was related to how best to translate Christian terms into Chinese, and the second involved the nature of Chinese ceremonies directed toward dead ancestors and toward Confucius, the master sage who was the founder of Confucianism. These early missionaries had to decide how to translate heaven and God into Chinese. China had never encountered a religion that believed in a creator God, and the closest word for heaven was a common Buddhist term for a place one goes to pay for past wrongdoings before being reincarnated. But the most divisive problem was the question of whether the Confucian practice of venerating deceased ancestors by lying down before their ancestral altar should be allowed. The question of translation was one debated within the missionary community, and it was a hot issue. One Jesuit priest, Father Nicolas Trigault, was driven to his death because of the intensity of these debates. But the second problem was one that hit closer to home for the Chinese. To ignore these ceremonies was to ignore one's obligation to the family. It was considered an unforgivable family insult to neglect these Confucian rites to the dead. The course of Chinese Catholicism abruptly shifted from good to terrible when on November 20th, 1704, Pope Clement XI issued a decree forbidding Chinese Catholics from participating in ceremonies that venerated their ancestors or Confucius. Well, this enraged the emperor and began a series of persecutions against Christians, and previous edicts of toleration were completely overturned. Violent persecutions followed the rights controversy, and many Catholic missionaries and converts were executed in large-scale purges of those who did not continue to practice these ceremonies. This was perhaps the first time in China's history that Chinese Christians felt forced to choose between the commands of their government and the dictates of their faith. By the late 18th century, the Jesuits were expelled from China, and Christians were largely forced to practice their faith in private. Other orders entered China as the Jesuits left, and after a time, Christian churches were again partially tolerated. But this new toleration was temporary. 2 eras of anti-Christian persecution followed: the violent Boxer uprising in 1900 and the inauguration of the People's Republic of China on October 1st, 1949. Tens of thousands of Chinese Catholics and Western missionaries were imprisoned, tortured, and executed during these 2 eras. And scholars are still discovering new records of persons and entire villages that died for faith in God. By the early 19th century, Britain's East India Company had became a major importer of opium into China, and the majority of native Chinese believed that the missionaries were a part of this terrible enterprise. They did not know that the Christians were, in fact, fighting to abolish this insidious trade. But in the end, Imperial British gunboats forced China's government to legalize the opium market and open all areas of China to missionaries. Well, it did not look good that opium and missionaries were legalized in the same agreement. Due to growing opium addiction and increased European military presence in China, Chinese-Western tensions reached their highest point since the rights controversy. Anti-missionary violence became more common, and one incident occurred in Juyei County in 1897 that ignited the inferno of the Boxer uprising, which ended in the horrible deaths of tens of thousands of Catholics. A secret martial arts fraternity called the Big Sword Society destroyed a Catholic church and assailed 2 German priests in the middle of the night, leaving them hacked to death in their rooms. The one surviving priest, Father George Stens, wrote an account of the attack. He writes, "There, suddenly the door of the next room gave way. The windows rattled, and amidst frightful screaming, the murderous gang forced its way into the room. At first, a dreadful silence ensued. Then suddenly, Father Heinle called out, 'Shala Ren!' Someone's been killed. No doubt that this was meant as a warning to myself and the other Christians. At once, a number of murderers left the room in search of me. Several times, they passed the porter's room, scolding and cursing because they could not find me." The German authorities in China reacted with a show of military strength and demanded that the emperor rebuild the church, pay large reparations, and give Qingdao harbor to Germany. After this incident, Western powers increased their armies, and Chinese peasants reacted by amassing huge numbers of young men and women who trained in martial arts and called themselves the Yihe Chuan, or the Boxers of Righteous Harmony. They followed leaders of religious cults who told them that if they performed certain ceremonies, they would be possessed by the spirits of famous Chinese heroes. And they told them that they would be impervious to swords and bullets. Popular books were distributed through China that claimed that Catholics actually worshipped a grunting pig named Yezu, and that missionaries were wealthy because they had removed the eyes of Chinese converts to magically change them into silver. One book called upon the Chinese to beat these devils and burn their books. This was the beginning of a wholesale massacre of Christians, men, women, and children. After months of tragic violence against Christians in the month of August 1900, 8 Allied foreign armies marched into Beijing, into the Forbidden City and into China, liberating the remaining foreign missionaries, converts, and diplomats. China's Catholic community was, by that time, much smaller, but the witness of those many thousands who died for refusing to reject God inspired a renewal of Christian conversion. Many new converts came from the very secret societies that had formerly persecuted Catholics. From 1900 until 1949, Christianity grew as it had never grown in China before. It was atheistic communism that struck the next blow to the Chinese Christian church. By the 1940s, China was a fertile vineyard for Christian missions. Jesuits, Franciscans, Dominicans, Salesians, and many other orders had erected beautiful new churches and built orphanages, schools, and hospitals to serve the poor, the young, and the infirm. China's last empire, the Qing, had fallen in 1911. And in its wake, 2 leaders contended to rule the country's divided population: the Marxist Mao Zedong and the Christian Chiang Kai-shek. The nation was experiencing one of its most turbulent periods in its 5,000-year history. Mao was viewed as a benevolent communist and Chiang as a fascist Christian. In any case, on October 1st, 1949, Chairman Mao stood at the entrance of Tiananmen Square in Beijing at the Forbidden City and proclaimed the beginning of the People's Republic of China. Atheistic communism was the new state ideology, and religion had become the enemy of the people. The leader of China's United Front Department from 1949 to 1962 was a man by the name of Li Weihan. Li was the architect of the Communist Party's policies regarding religion. And he said in a speech that while the government should present an image of religious freedom, quote, the proper implementation of the party's religious freedom policy is to uproot religion. The party's goal, he asserted, should, quote, ultimately lead to the extinction of religion. One of the most telling comments that Li made was, "We communists are atheists and must unremittingly propagate atheism." China's Catholics were now in a dangerous position. On the one hand, the government said it would allow freedom to practice their religion, while on the other hand, it issued public statements outlining its goal to eliminate religious belief. For its part, the Church had made its stance on communism very clear. Pope Pius IX declared that communism was a monstrous doctrine, that it is completely contrary to natural law, and which, once accepted, would utterly destroy rights, institutions, properties, and the basis of human society itself. Pope Leo XIII described it as a deadly plague which attacks human society in its very heart and would destroy it completely. And Pope Pius XI called communism a counterfeit kind of salvation in China. Catholics began to unite under the banner of the Legion of Mary to resist communism, and the party responded with a fierce campaign to disconnect Chinese Catholics from papal authority. The government called on the socialist youth to to protest against the Catholic youth, especially the Legion of Mary. China was to be an independent church, no longer under the authority of the Pope in Rome. Tensions between the Chinese government and the Vatican increased, and by 1955, all non-Chinese priests and nuns were exiled from China, and thousands of Chinese clergy and faithful were imprisoned for refusing to sever their ties with the Holy Father. In the 1960s and 70s, the Catholic Church, the bishops and the priests suffered under the plague of the Maoist Cultural Revolution, and China's church suffered a persecution that had never been seen before. The number of martyrs in China, one bishop told me, are so many that he couldn't count. He said to me, many men and holy women died for their faith during the cruelties of the Cultural Revolution. But this series is about those martyr saints, those who suffered for our holy faith, and it is their stories that we'll tell. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark. I'm a professor of Chinese history, and I specialize in the history of Catholic Christianity in China. This is a series about those heroic martyr saints of China. Christianity is the fastest growing religion in China today, second only perhaps to the religion of materialism. Some say that there are around 40 million Christians in the Middle Kingdom, but others set the number at about 100 million. Whatever the number actually is, I can tell you from my own experience that China's churches are bursting at the seams, and the numbers keep growing. As impressive as these figures are, it is helpful to remember that Chinese Christians still only account for around 2 or 3% of China's total population of around a staggering 1.3 billion people. And Christianity is a comparatively recent religion in China's overall mix of faith traditions. The Catholic martyr saints were an even smaller minority when they died more than a century ago. During China's imperial era, most native Chinese believed in Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. I say "and" because China's religious culture is very eclectic. In China, one can believe in all faith traditions at the same time, choosing elements of each tradition. I like to describe the traditional religious system of China as a salad bar. You can feel free to make your own religious salad out of pieces of Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. When Catholic missionaries first arrived at China, they encountered a very complicated problem. Christianity is not a relativistic religion. It insists on the victory of one, single, and unchangeable truth. And when the martyrs died, many of them died because they simply refused to graft their own Christian faith onto Taoism or Buddhism. In a sense, Chinese Christians were then, as they are now, countercultural. There is a saying in China, 多一个基督徒便少一个中国人, which means one more Christian is one less Chinese. And the implication is rooted in the idea that to become a Christian is to forfeit, to give up one's identity as a Chinese person. If we really wish to understand what it means to be a Christian in China, we must first understand what it means to be a Chinese Taoist, Buddhist, or Confucian. Many of the conflicts that led to the deaths of the martyrs were caused by religious tensions, though I think it is more accurate to say that most religious tension is caused by misunderstanding and ignorance. But to these Christians, martyrdom was not to be feared, for unlike China's other religions, Christianity offered hope for a better world after this life. As she faced her tormentors, the Holy Woman of God, Saint Fu Guilin, said, "I have hoped for martyrdom all along. Thanks be to the Lord of heaven, the time has come." When the Jesuits introduced themselves to their new Chinese friends in the 16th century, the native Chinese assumed they were Buddhists from another land because they spoke of a heaven and a hell. Buddhists had most commonly spoke of such places. But the Catholic missionaries also spoke of a priesthood and a hierarchy of clergy, which appeared very Taoist to the Chinese. But in the end, the Jesuits chose to dress like Confucians because Confucianism was not an explicitly religious tradition. Confucius himself had exhorted his disciples to adopt a more agnostic view of the afterlife, encouraging them to live a supremely moral life for the sake of goodness itself. In a very short while, the Jesuits had become acquainted with what in China are called the Sanjiao, or the three teachings: Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. By and large, these three teachings represent the intellectual and spiritual legacy of the Middle Kingdom. For the native Chinese, it only made sense that the Jesuits belonged to one or all of these traditions. It was quite astonishing when they discovered that the Jesuits brought with them an entirely new teaching, one that was in many ways very unlike China's native faiths. In the end, Matteo Ricci and his Jesuit brothers decided that Confucianism was the most compatible with their Christian faith. If it was acceptable for St. Thomas Aquinas to rely on the philosophy of Aristotle, the preeminent pre-Christian philosopher of the West, wasn't it okay then to rely on Confucius, the preeminent pre-Christian philosopher of the East? And as an added benefit, by associating themselves with the intellectual tradition of Confucius, they were connecting themselves to the dominant ideology of the Chinese elite, the educated class. The putative founder of Confucianism was the man Confucius, who lived during the 5th and 6th centuries BC and taught his moral system to a large group of disciples. His teachings are preserved today in a collection of his sayings called the Analects of Confucius, which until the last century were entirely memorized by all literate Chinese. To be an educated man in China meant to have mastered Confucius's principal teachings. This is precisely why the early Jesuits in China, especially Matteo Ricci, mastered the Confucian texts. The main ideas expressed in Confucianism are the virtues of hierarchy, benevolence, and ritual behavior. And it should be remembered that the absolute goal of Confucianism is the harmonious order of society. When one ruler in China asked Confucius how to best govern his kingdom, the sage simply answered, 谆谆臣臣父父子子, which means a ruler is a ruler, a minister, a father is a father, and a son is a son. By this, Confucius was suggesting that only when every person fulfills his role in an ordered society can there be harmony. Once everyone is properly in his or her place, he or she must practice the virtue of ren, or benevolence. This virtue, according to Confucius, is employed by treating others as you would wish to be treated yourself. No wonder that the Christian missionaries were attracted to Confucius's teachings. When his disciple Zhonggong asked about the meaning of ren, of benevolence, Confucius answered, "Benevolence is when you go abroad, you treat everyone else as if you were receiving a great guest. You employ people as if you were assisting at a great religious ceremony, and do not do unto others as you do not wish done to yourself." The great sage also said that if you set your mind on benevolence, wickedness will not exist in the world. The words of Confucius and Jesus here are very similar. For in the Gospel of St. Luke, Christ says to his followers, "Do not do unto others as you would not have them do unto you." Hierarchy and benevolence are only two of the three legs of the Confucian tripod. The third is ritual. Understanding that human nature leans toward inappropriateness, Confucius urged that every ordered society must have a certain set of social norms and rituals to, in essence, keep humanity in check. Social expectations and ceremonies restrain human behavior from acting out of line. In one chapter of the Analects, Confucius is quoted as saying, "To subdue oneself and return to proper behavior is perfect virtue. Do not look at what is not according to ritual. Do not listen to what is not according to ritual. Do not act on what is not according to ritual." So, all human actions are to be controlled by one's place in a hierarchical society according to his sense of benevolence and according to social norms and rituals. Confucianism also taught that the way a person learns these ideals is through rigorous study of the Confucian canon of texts. Confucians were people of the book. Little wonder that the rather bookish Jesuits, with their strict code of behavior and liturgical tradition, were attracted to Confucianism. And like Aristotle, Confucius was pre-Christian. The Chinese sage could not be accused of heresy because he lived before Christian doctrine had been introduced to the world. Now, while Confucianism appeared a near perfect complement to Christian belief, Chinese Taoism was, to the Catholic missionaries, a disastrous worldview, riddled with contradictions and ambiguities. Taoism was a threat to Christian truth because it denied the possibility of any final, or at least knowable, truth. It did not escape their attention, the attention of the Jesuits, when they first read the opening line of Taoism's most honored text, in which truth is flatly denied a place in human understanding. The opening statements in the Tao Te Ching has this to say, quote, "The truth that can be spoken of is not the constant truth, and names that can be spoken are not constant names." In other words, the basic premise of Taoism is that nothing is knowable, and that language itself is completely unreliable. This philosophy exhibits the same pessimistic skepticism as today's postmodernism. Well, the Jesuits would have none of this, and it didn't help matters any that Taoist priests and nuns practiced complex rituals directed at various spirits. They offered magic charms to protect those who wore them, and they indulged in sexual ceremonies with multiple partners to increase their lifespan. In basic terms, Taoism is both a philosophy and a religion based on an idea of the Tao, which means way in Chinese. The Tao, or way, represents the larger truth of all existence. And the deeper implication of this truth is that there is ultimately no truth. Or at least, according to Taoism, truth cannot be known. Perhaps the most famous passage related to the Taoist notion of truth derives from a book named after the Taoist sage named Zhuangzi. It goes like this. Once Zhuangzi dreamed that he was a butterfly, a fluttering butterfly. What fun he had doing as he pleased. He did not know he was Zhuang. Suddenly he woke up and found himself to be Zhuang. He did not know whether Zhuang had dreamed he was a butterfly or a butterfly had dreamed he was Zhuang. According to this view, there is no way of really knowing anything. The Christian missionaries were impressed by the literary cleverness of Taoist texts, but they were naturally not impressed with the Taoist worldview. Had not Christ said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." For the Jesuits, truth was real and had been revealed in Holy Scripture. Taoist relativism was thus thoroughly rejected. But Taoism offered little threat to the new Catholic missionaries. It was the Buddhists who proved much more formidable. One of the historic ironies regarding the early conflicts between Buddhism and Christianity involved where they had come from. Native Chinese complained that Christianity was not welcome in China because it came from another country. But these complaints were little informed because Buddhism, after all, had come to China from India. Nevertheless, Buddhism had been in China since the 1st century after Christ, while Christianity was a much later guest in the Middle Kingdom. The antagonisms between Christianity and Buddhism did not derive as much from origin as from what these two religions believed. Despite recent attempts by amateur historians to connect the sayings of Jesus and the Buddha, Jesus and Buddha brought almost entirely different messages to the world. They are very, very different, and their differences were painfully obvious once these early Jesuits held their first debates with Buddhist intellectuals. First, let's consider the basics. The historic Buddha Siddhartha Gautama was born the son of a privileged ruler in what is now Nepal. Around 30, he left his father's palace to meditate on the human condition and ended by sitting under a tree, vowing not to stand again until he had attained understanding or awakening. The word Buddha means the awakened one. While meditating, he gained understanding of the nature of existence, especially the condition of human suffering. And in his first sermon, he described his enlightenment in 2 parts. His first sermon, the sermon at Deer Park, is where he outlined his teachings. At the Deer Park, the new Buddha taught what became known as the central beliefs of his Dharma, or teaching. These are the 4 noble truths and the 3 characteristics of being. The 4 noble truths state that life is suffering, suffering is caused by desire, and third, the way to avoid suffering is to eliminate all desire. Finally, the 4th noble truth is the way to eliminate desire is through the 8-fold paths, which consist of prescribed Buddhist actions. While from a Christian point of view, it is quite understandable to wish to eliminate suffering, Christians do not completely discount all desires as evil. We do recognize holy desires, such as the desire for goodness and the desire to be with God in heaven. And we also understand that some forms of suffering can lead to deeper holiness and sympathy for others. So Christians accept suffering because it improves us. The second part of the Buddha's sermon described what he called the three characteristics of being, namely impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and non-self. Essentially, what this teaching implies is that there is ultimately no permanent self, as Christianity believes there is. The ultimate goal in Buddhism, then, is nirvana, which literally means putting out a flame. Meditation and the Eightfold Paths bring one finally to a state of being extinguished, while Christ taught that the perfect end to human life is eternity with a creator God. Buddha taught that the perfect end to a human life is its perfect end. And according to Chan or Zen Buddhism, no one ever really exists at all. In their view, the ultimate goal of meditation is to realize that one has never really existed in the first place. Perceived existence is illusion, according to this form of Buddhism. Well, you can imagine what Matteo Ricci and his Catholic brothers felt when they first heard of these Buddhist doctrines. Catholic debates with Buddhists centered on several important differences. Most important among them was the distinctive teachings of the Buddha and Jesus Christ. While the Buddha said, "I am a man, not a god," Christ clearly proclaimed, "I am both Son of Man and Son of God." And compared to the Buddha's statement, "Be lamps unto yourselves," Christ said, "I am the light of the world." Buddha taught his disciples that all is one and that individuality must perish. Jesus taught that God is completely other from mankind, but that God wishes to share his divinity with humanity through his Son by the power of the Holy Spirit. And most vexing to Ricci and his fellow Jesuits was the Buddhist denial of a permanent soul. While Buddhists claim that a person lives many reincarnations but will finally disappear, Christianity teaches that a person only lives once, but his soul will live forever. But for all their differences, Christians and Buddhists could agree on the fundamental value of good actions and the merit of charitable deeds. Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism all offered different aspects that agreed with and contradicted Christianity. But in the end, Christianity is a religion of revelation and authority. Holy Scripture offers answers to many of the questions all people ask, questions that China's three teachings do not entirely answer. Inevitable conflicts emerge when newcomers arrive, claiming to have revealed truths from a religion no one has heard of. The early Catholic missionaries in China were faced with two large dilemmas. First, overcoming the natural prejudices that face all newcomers, and second, they had to find ways to prevent Christianity from being absorbed into the religious salad bar of China and make its truths known in a culture that was, in many ways, opposed to the position that there is an ultimate truth. China's Christians, in the end, were somewhat countercultural. Unlike Confucians, they had faith in a creator God who had revealed his laws in Holy Scripture. Unlike Taoists, they believed in a knowable truth and the tangibility of reality. And unlike Buddhists, they believed in the existence of a self, the permanent existence of a soul, and the true presence of a loving and all-powerful God. When considering Christianity compared to other religious traditions, the Second Vatican Council declared that the Catholic Church rejects nothing that is true and holy in these religions, and holds that other religions often reflect a ray of truth, which enlightens all men. The Jesuits, Dominicans, Franciscans, and other orders that preached Christ in imperial China knew this quite well. But When religion enters the realm of cultural practice, even the most profound similarities are overlooked. By the Boxer Uprising of 1900, the combination of religious belief and cultural practice in China precipitated conflicts that swept beyond religious dialogue. By the turn of the century, local Catholics and village temples enter into terrible hostilities that resulted in anti-Christian violence. It is important to keep in mind that all three of these teachings, the so-called three teachings, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, were the backdrop within which Christian believers in China converted to Catholicism. It was the conflict between these three teachings and the ultimate beliefs and truth of the Catholic faith that largely precipitated cultural conflicts and antagonism that led to the struggles that finally resulted in the horrific martyrdoms that occurred in China, mostly during the Boxer Uprising. So it is these three teachings that we need to understand when we understand what it meant when the Catholic martyr saints, when forced to choose between Buddhism or Taoism and their own faith, these martyrs chose Christ. They became beautiful witnesses of Christ when in 1900 and later they finally died for Christ. Dr. Anthony Clark, a professor of Chinese history, and this series is about the Catholic martyr saints of China, a place that is often called the Middle Kingdom. It is true that when most people think of the Dominican order, they imagine St. Dominic and St. Catherine of Siena, the Rosary, the great Roman church Santa Maria sopra Minerva, and yes, they might even recall the complicated Dominican history in the Spanish Inquisition. But many Dominicans left the tumult of Christian Europe for distant shores, where they fulfilled the central purpose of their order, to preach. The desire to bring souls to God inspired several courageous sons of St. Dominic to endure the hardships of sea travel, and he died on the way, to preach the gospel of salvation to the people of the Middle Kingdom. The Dominicans gave China its first native bishop, Luo Wenzhao, who is said to have baptized more than 2,000 of his fellow Chinese. And the order of preachers has already given the church 6 holy martyr saints who died in China as witnesses to the truths they taught. In fact, the Holy See recognizes the humble Dominican priest, St. Francis Capillas, as one of China's proto-martyrs. St. Capias was beheaded as he prayed the sorrowful mysteries of the Rosary on January 15th, 1648. The seed of his blood, planted over 3 centuries ago, continues to grow in southern China, where he died for refusing to deny God. The Dominicans first entered China during the brutal end of the Ming Dynasty. It was a perilous time for everyone in China, especially missionaries. When the Manchurian armies were defeating the last Ming emperor and establishing the Qing Dynasty in 1644, Spanish Dominicans of the province of the Holy Rosary had already established a very active Catholic mission in Fujian province. One of the early actions of China's new Manchurian government was to issue an edict of persecution against Christians on August 9th, 1647. St. Capias was killed in the wake of this edict. While the Qing emperor had befriended the missionaries who lived in the capital, Beijing, Catholic missions elsewhere suffered terrible harassment. Under the new court, Christians faced harsh challenges, and the Dominican churches in China suffered particular discriminations. In all, there are 6 canonized Dominican martyr saints of China: Saint Francis Capias, Peter Sanz, Joachim Royo, John Alcober, Francis Serrano, and Francis Diaz. Many anti-Christian decrees followed the original edict of 1647, though at times the missionaries received mixed signals from the imperial court. Emperor Kangxi, for example, issued his famous Decree of Tolerance in 1720. He wrote, "As the religion you preach is without harm or benefit to China, so also it is of no consequence whether you go or stay." Well, it wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement, but it did allow Christians to live in peace in the Middle Kingdom for a while. Emperors come and go, and China's next ruler was not so tolerant of Catholic missions. Only 4 years after Kangxi's decree was published, a new emperor occupied the dragon throne, Yongzheng, and this ruler reversed his father's more open-minded commands. In 1724, Yongzheng published a new decree essentially forbidding Christianity in China. And between 1647 and 1724, imperial treatment of Catholic missions often changed between good and bad, and local officials often took matters into their own hands. The governor of Fujian, where the Dominicans were, was decidedly anti-Christian, and in 1709, he circulated a request to abolish Christianity from the entire empire. And another official initiated a fierce anti-missionary movement in 1723. He ordered the Dominican churches to be either destroyed or converted into non-Christian buildings, used as schools, warehouses, or temples for popular Chinese deities. Chinese Catholics were ordered to apostatize, and the Dominican priests were commanded to leave China. St. Capias was born on August 14, 1607, and in 1623 he entered the Dominican order. Even before he was sent to China, young Francis was known for his exceptional piety and his desire to serve others as Christ had commanded. When he was a new friar in Spain, he made daily visits to the sick and dying after praying with his brothers. And when Francis heard news about the Christian missionaries being martyred in the Far East, Francis asked to go to Asia and replace those who had died. He finally arrived at China in 1642 after a punishing sea voyage, following the example of St. Dominic, who made a habit of genuflecting several times in front of the figure of the crucified Christ. Francis Capias knelt for hours in prayer, causing severe pain in his knees. His church at Fuan was plundered twice in 1647, and the Dominicans were falsely accused of collaborating with rebels. Severe persecutions began, and Capias was forced to hide to avoid capture. On November 13, 1647, he was called to administer last rites to a dying Catholic, and he risked his life to go to the suffering man. He was discovered on the way. A rope was tied around his neck, and he was taken to an official tribunal for trial. St. Capias endured several long interrogations, during which he was cruelly tortured. His ankles were crushed. He was flogged by a whip. And while he was in prison, he was starved and exposed to freezing temperatures. On January 15th, 1648, an exhausted Capias was flogged again and dragged to the execution ground and beheaded while he recited the rosary. His body was unceremoniously thrown outside the city walls to be ravaged by the elements and wild dogs. In the Vatican's extensive records of St. Capias' death, there are several testimonies by local Chinese who recall that when Christians searched for his body 2 months later, they found that all the bodies but his had decayed and were mostly eaten by animals. They stated that one dead woman's arm had fallen onto Capias' chest and was the only part of her body that remained undecayed. I should say here that the Dominicans adopted a very different approach than did their Jesuit brothers in China. The Dominicans relied more on the visible cross and public preaching than on the more scholarly methods employed by the Jesuits. It was among the poor rather than the educated elite that the Dominicans felt more comfortable. And so China's intellectuals turned against them. A century after Capias was beheaded, Rome selected 2 devout friars to be made bishops in China, Peter Sanz and Francis Serrano. Serrano unfortunately died before receiving his bishop's cross. Local officials were quite displeased with the more public methods of preaching used by the Spanish Dominicans, and Sanz and Serrano were very visible targets for their anger. Peter Sanz is a powerful example of how uncertain missionary life was in the 17th century in China. Sanz spent over 32 restless years hiding in people's homes and escaping Chinese authorities before he was finally captured and heartlessly beheaded. He was born in Spain on September 2nd, 1680. His twin sister died during childbirth. Peter at last joined the Dominican order in 1697 and began to prepare for the priesthood. He selected Peter, Martyr of Verona, as his patron, who, according to tradition, was killed on his way to Milan by a heretic. Peter of Verona was struck on his head by a sharp blade, and while dying, he wrote the creed with his own blood on the ground. One of Sanz's early assignments was to direct the local confraternity of the Holy Rosary in Saragossa, and he witnessed the powerful effect the Rosary had on the spiritual lives of those who recited it. Thus, for the remainder of his life, he organized confraternities of the Holy Rosary to foster piety. We might say that China's current devotion to the Rosary is in large part due to Sanz's efforts. In 1712, he and 42 other Dominicans set sail for the East. Among his confreres was the zealous seminarian Joachim Royo, who became Sanz's close companion and later died with him in China. They lived in Manila while traveling to China's mainland in 1715. Sanz and Royo were little prepared for the intensity of living in China, but they were armed with the gospel, which they carried in their hands, and the rosary of Our Lady, which they wore at their waist where other men kept their swords. Joachim Royo was born on October 3rd, 1691, and was the youngest friar on the boat that left Spain for Asia in 1712. He received the Dominican habit in Valencia in 1709, and by 1712 he was on board a ship for China, where he first met Sanz, his teacher and spiritual advisor. Once Sanz and Royo were in China, they lived hunted lives. They knew little peace, since Christian missionaries were forbidden in China at that time. So in order to avoid being discovered together, the two men split up. Sans went to Fu'an, where Capias had lived before his martyrdom. Once there, he quickly established a confraternity of the Holy Rosary and organized a group of Third Order Dominicans. Attached to the Third Order Dominicans was a special group of women who took a vow of celibacy and functioned as catechists, teaching the faith to other women. Both of these groups rapidly grew into an army of assistants that helped the small number of priests bring the gospel to more remote areas. Peter Sans and his fellow Dominicans were forced to hide in the homes of the faithful to avoid arrest, and for a while he lived in a narrow space in a convert's house, remaining in this cramped condition during the day, and only leaving in the darkness of night to offer Mass and hear confessions. In 1730, he heard from the Pope that he was to be made a bishop, and he secretly made his way to Guangdong, where he was ordained under very constrained conditions. It is really very astonishing that despite the constant threat of arrest and rough treatment, additional Dominicans were smuggled into China. They had to be disguised as fishermen or peasants. Among these new recruits were Francis Serrano and John Alcober. The newly consecrated Bishop Sans was naturally pleased to have more priests to serve his growing flock. With these new Dominicans working in the vineyard, 500 new Christians were baptized in 1738, and Bishop Sans was able to confirm 4,000 new Catholics in 1740. While Sans, Royo, Alcober, and Serrano were building the Catholic community in Fujian, local officials continued to hold investigations to discover who attended masses, and they encouraged Chinese converts to apostatize. Anti-Christian persecution in Fujian grew more extreme, and Father Royo was forced to hide in graves, secret rooms, and cemeteries, going out only at night to administer the sacraments. The Dominicans had to offer Mass secretly in the homes of native Catholics. All of the churches had been confiscated by the local officials. At last, Father Royo was discovered on July 3rd, 1756, hiding between two cramped walls in the home of a devout Chinese Christian. The government soldiers completely demolished the poor man's home, and Royo was bound around his neck with a rope and arrested as a common prisoner. Royo's capture happened only a few days after 66-year-old Bishop Peter Sans had turned himself in to the Chinese authorities. Sans was weak with hunger and physical ailments after years of hiding in small places. Royo was bound in chains and forced to walk to Fu'an, where he was presented to the magistrate for a series of beatings and humiliating trials. Not only were the priests arrested and tortured, but several Chinese Catholics were also taken to the cold and damp prison at Fuzhou. Heavy chains were clasped around their necks and hands as they walked, and open wounds soaked their clothes with blood. John Alcober and Francis Serrano had traveled together on the same boat from Spain to the Philippines and then to China, where they lived hunted lives like Sans and Royo. Alcober was born on December 21st, 1694, and entered the Dominican order in 1708. He was known for his tremendous holiness and dedicated prayer life. In 1728, he and Serrano were sent to China through Macau, and by the time they arrived at the Dominican mission at Fu'an, the churches were already taken and destroyed by anti-Christian officials. And only after a year in China, Alcober wrote a very moving letter to his superior, describing the desperation of their situation in China. He wrote, "Dearest Provincial Superior, all of our churches have been confiscated and emptied, and the rest have been demolished into ruins. Everyone in the village was non-Christian, so I didn't dare to leave my dwelling for fear of being captured and taken away. I've hidden like this for as long as 2 weeks at a time." They lived under constant terror of discovery. And on one occasion, Father Alcobert was even moved to a new location in a small coffin. Alcobert was found and arrested in the middle of the night. In a letter he wrote, "On June 26, 1747, between 11 and 12 o'clock at night, about 100 soldiers attacked my home. They took me and tied a leather whip around my neck very tightly. They then dragged me to the river near the town of Muyang. Alcobert was imprisoned and interrogated for 4 months before his sentence to be executed was announced. His close companion, Francis Serrano, was born on December 4th, 1695, and he became a Dominican at the Priory of the Holy Cross in Granada when he was only 17 years old. When he later entered China with Alcobert, the two men dressed like Chinese peasants to avoid discovery. They were determined to bring Christ to China no matter the dangers. They sometimes had to hide in pits that Christians had dug to keep them out of sight. But in June of 1746, the Dominican friars were finally discovered. They were placed in chains, and their faces were whipped with a leather strap as they were transported to the prison. Pope Benedict XIV appointed Serrano a bishop while he was in prison, but he was martyred before receiving his pectoral cross. In addition to Bishop Sanz and Fathers Alcobert, Royo, and Serrano, one more Spanish Dominican was executed in October 1748, the holy priest Francis Diaz. He was born on October 2nd, 1713, and according to one source, when he was still a child, he told his father that he wanted to go to China to preach the gospel and be a martyr for Christ. He became a Dominican when he was 17, and by 1738, he was living in China. Father Royo wrote in a letter, "Father Diaz's health is poor, but it is because of his apostolic zeal. He hears confessions until late at night and gives Holy Communion, and maintains a recollected spirit, and has the greatest horror of the least sin of which he may be guilty. Nothing is too hard when the care of souls calls him. But pagans and Christians admire his simplicity and honesty." Diaz was perhaps the most passionate missionary of all the Dominicans in China, and his passion attracted the attention of the local government that was determined to rid China of all missionaries. Of all these Spanish friars, each of them deeply devoted to Our Lady and our Blessed Lord. They suffered frightful torments during their last days. Of the 5 Dominicans imprisoned together, Bishop Sanz was the first called to the Lord. In April of 1747, a decree was posted in public early in the morning. The announcement was brief. Emperor Qianlong had ordered the execution of the Reverend Fathers. So the exhausted priests practiced spiritual devotions to prepare for their imminent deaths. And once, while joined in prayer together, a spectacular miracle occurred. Both Catholic and non-Christian witnesses have provided testimonies regarding what happened. And the most stirring account was written by one of their fellow prisoners named Ye Chuandao. He wrote, quote, "On one day while Bishop Sanz, Father Serrano, and Father Royo were praying in the prison roof opened. Rays of light shot through, and a brilliant cloud slowly descended down onto their beds. Then it rose up and turned into a beam of light. I could see the sky. It was astonishing." End quote. And the non-Christian guards who later took Bishop Sanz to his execution reported seeing a strange phenomenon in the sky at that same moment. Around 4 p.m. on Friday, May 26, 1747, 10 executioners summoned Bishop Sanz. One source says that while he was praying the rosary, the executioners entered his cell and took the shackles from his feet and cut off his hair in order to make it easier to cut off his head. Serrano heard Bishop Sance's final confession, and Sance was taken to the governor provincial, where he was forced to kneel while his chains were removed. Some of his flesh was torn from his body. He was accused of spreading false teachings and condemned to execution. They took him outside the city gate to the execution ground, and Sance, just before the blade cut off his head, announced, "Now I will rise to heaven." A Chinese priest, Father Fu, collected some of the martyr's blood as a holy relic. One story recalls that a blind man's sight was restored after smearing the blood onto his eyes. The faces of the 4 remaining Dominicans were branded with a heated iron with the words, "Condemned to death," and on October 28, 1748, they were at last horribly executed. Father Serrano and Royo were killed by suffocation, and Alcober and Diaz were strangled to death. The 2 guards who were ordered to execute Serrano wrote an account of when they killed him. Father Serrano, they said, saw the 2 of us enter his room in the black of night, and he knew straight away what we were up to. He encouraged us to convert, and after he spoke, he knelt down and recited his prayers. We walked over to him and restrained his head. Then we took 6 pieces of torn cloth with egg paste soaked in them with water. They hardened and obstructed his mouth and nose. When completely thickened, they caused him to suffocate, and then we trampled him. His air was cut off, and he died. This horrible method of execution causes the victim to suffer a long agony before finally dying. Royo was suffocated in the same way. Alcober and Diaz were also awakened in the middle of the night. The guards who executed them wrote that the 2 priests were already praying on their knees when they arrived. The guards tied hempen cords around their necks and twisted each cord 3 times, prolonging their deaths over several minutes. Serrano, Royo, Alcober, and Diaz all suffered their martyrdoms that same evening, and news very quickly reached the local Christians who gathered the remains of their bodies. Their executions were naturally lamented, but the Dominican order has a very clear understanding of death. St. Dominic had told his followers at his deathbed not to mourn. For as he told them, "Do not weep, beloved ones, do not sorrow that this frail body goes. I am going to where I can serve you better. For once one is in heaven, his prayers more powerfully rise to God on behalf of those left behind." The Dominican saints, Saints Capillas, Sance, Royo, Alcober, Serrano, and Diaz, have become great intercessors on behalf of the Church in China, and their deaths remain a holy witness to Christ and a holy witness to the glory of Christ's Church. They were, as the Dominicans described themselves, holy preachers of God. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark, and I'm a professor of Chinese history. And this series is about the Catholic martyr saints of China. This particular episode is about the Jesuit martyr saints who died in China during the Boxer Uprising. And today I'm joined with my good friend and also a Jesuit priest, Father Paul Mariani. So thank you, Father Paul.
Thank you very much.
And he'll be talking about the Jesuit martyr saints, but I should also say that Father Mariani is a specialist of the history of the Catholic Church in China during the Maoist period, and he just finished a book about the 1950s and Catholic resistance in Shanghai, so we'll look for that. But thank you very much for being with me today.
Thank you.
Father, as a Jesuit, you're particularly, I think, qualified to talk about the Jesuits, and we've mentioned in an earlier episode that the Jesuits really were the beginning of a great mission, and starting with Matteo Ricci. So I wonder if you could just, before we talk about the martyrs,
Sure.
Could you say something about the Jesuit mission in China in general to kind of set the stage?
Sure. I would say that the Jesuit mission in China was the first Roman Catholic effort to missionize, to evangelize China in the early modern period. Before that, there were two other attempts. Nestorian Christians had been active, then the Franciscans in about the 13th century. But what had happened, in a sense, those missions had collapsed over the span of time and different invasions and such. So around the 1550s, St. Ignatius of Loyola, Spanish nobleman of birth, decided to put his past behind him and devote wholeheartely for God. And in this period, he had these long periods of prayer, and he decided slowly, decided to gather a group of men around him, which eventually turned into the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus. While he's studying in Rome, he's a bit older, he's gone back to school, he meets a young man, Francis Xavier, and they become good friends, companions, roommates, even despite the bit of an age gap. So from the very beginning, I think Ignatius of Loyola saw something in Francis Xavier, kind of your typical college student in a sense, and yet something, don't we often find in people, there's something below the surface that is kind of dynamic, maybe explosive, and if it's directed right, can do great wonders for the church. So ultimately, in fact, Francis Xavier was not at the top of the list to be sent to the Indies or abroad, but he comes to that position, and he is the first Jesuit missionary to go to the Far East. In fact, he goes to India, he goes through Indonesia, and he spends year after year, and then he finally goes to Japan, one of the first Europeans to ever make it to Japan, probably within 10 years of first European contact with Japan. While he's in Japan, they say, well, if your religion is so well known or so important, how come we haven't heard about it from China? See, China had been transmitting for centuries their greatest art, philosophy, poetry to Japan. So Francis Xavier, ever the missionary, says, well, okay, good enough. I'll go to China, probably having no sense of what he's getting into or the vast distances. In fact, he writes one letter, he says, to Ignatius of Loyola, and of course these letters were not like text messaging today. They would take a year or more to get to Europe and a year back. He says, if you can't find me in Canton, look for me in this city called Peking. No idea of the distances, but so ever the missionary. Now the story is he goes just off the coast. He goes back through Macau and that region, and he's just off the coast of China. The problem is China is barred to foreigners. If you're a foreigner, you won't probably be executed, but you'll be kindly escorted back out of the Middle Kingdom. It doesn't bother him. He still wants to get in. The trouble is he can't get people to ferry him in. So he's kind of through fatigue, missionary fatigue after long years of labor, dies just off the coast of China in 1552. So that brings Francis Xavier, in a sense, a failed China mission, but his dreams lived on. A great missionary, but in terms of China, never able to set his foot into the continent. This is kind of important because 1552, he dies the same exact year, probably the second most famous Jesuit missionary in China, Matteo Ricci, from a town called Macerata. In fact, this year we celebrated his the 400th anniversary of his death. So Matteo Ricci goes to China, and by 1582 he actually is able to go into the mainland. His approach is a little different. He realizes he's dealing with a culture with a great long history of philosophy, arts, and culture. So he first sets his mind to doing what? Learning that language, which we know is not the easiest language to kind of even get a handle on. Not only does he learn it, but he learns the literary form. So he's able to translate prayers, books, and he meets with some of the high officials, and he kind of embarks on a top-down approach. He realizes that his goal is to try to get to the emperor and make the emperor friendly to Christianity, and maybe even find a new Constantine to kind of help convert the whole Chinese empire. So those are the two key first Jesuit missionaries, the first most well-known Jesuit missionaries in China. St. Francis Xavier, a canonized saint for hundreds of years, and Matteo Ricci as well.
Is there anything special about the Jesuit approach to missions other than this accommodation, or could you say a little more about the accommodationist approach?
Sure. A number of, from the earliest days, Jesuits have had a number of approaches, but it seemed to be that there was one approach from some other religious orders, which of course made sense in certain contexts of basically you just go into the village plazas or marketplaces, you carry high your crucifix, and you call people to the gospel. In some cases, you destroy their idols, or it's kind of an antagonistic relationship with the local culture. Matteo Ricci realized that this push to an extreme in China would quickly get them invited back out of China. So there didn't seem to be a way forward. So he decided to kind of embark on a way of trying to find commonalities. Where was the Christian message different from the Chinese message, and where were there some similarities? How was God already working in the Chinese context, for which Jesus Christ would sort of be a capstone or the fulfillment of what was already in their hearts? This was Ricci's project.
So I think this is a really important thing to remember when we think about the Jesuit mission in general, this accommodationist approach, this really rich early history starting with St. Francis Xavier and Matteo Ricci. But certainly things weren't all rosy in China, and by 1900 we have what we call the Boxer Rebellion, and certainly we know that there were an awful lot of martyrs that died during the Boxer Rebellion. And I wonder if you could say maybe a little bit about the Boxer Rebellion, and then a little bit about the Jesuit martyrs. There were two different villages where the Jesuits were martyred in. One was Wuyi, and one was this village called Zhujiahe. So if you could tell us something about the Boxer Rebellion, and then maybe something about the first two Jesuit martyrs who died in China.
Very good. What I would say is the goal of the missionary really is to preach Jesus in season and out of season. And it's very interesting for the Jesuit mission. The Jesuit mission in China had already lasted, say, 250 years. And then what happened through, there were some serious problems within the church. Some attempts by the Jesuits to inculturate the liturgy were kind of stopped through the Chinese rites. The Jesuit order itself was suppressed. So when they were reconstituted in the early 1800s, there was kind of a second major chapter of missionary activity in China. The first one, Europeans were very much maybe the junior partner. They were really trying their best to preach the gospel in a very ancient civilization. When they came the second time, Europe was definitely on the ascent, and this we cannot deny. And in fact, China was kind of forced into an inferior role. The fact was, missionaries kind of had to go with that baggage. In some cases, they could afford their Christians sort of protection, and in other cases, in the earlier period, they could not. So by 1900, you kind of had this cauldron of activity. The North China Plain, where these Jesuits had gone back to, was southeast of the city of Beijing, the northern capital of China. And they were given this mission. They were truly missionaries. So the fact was they were given missions. And the Jesuits from Paris went to the Shanghai region, and the Jesuits from the Champagne northern region of France went to this area southeast of Beijing. Now you ask about the Boxer Rebellion. Well, it's like you say, it's kind of a complex and messy history, but there had been it was kind of like the wild, wild west, as we would say, the North China Plain, except that there was a heavy, very dense population in northern China, limited resources, constant droughts, famines, floods, etc. So people lived a precarious existence. The idea of the missionary was not only to feed their flocks spiritually, but protect them as well from bandits, from the ravages of troops coming through, and to make sure that they were well fed as all. So this was, in that sense, they were very good pastors. What happened in the Boxer Rebellion was still we have to understand that the Catholic Church, the Christians in China, was still a tiny, tiny flock. So the fact was most of their neighbors were non-Christians, who in most cases they got along well with. However, over time, there began to be more and more resentment, especially over things that they could not control. And in a sense, the foreigners became a bit of a scapegoat. So the Boxer Rebellion was anti-foreign and it was anti-Christian, but it was a mixed bag. Some cases it was purely political, some cases religious. But the fact was, these Boxers went after Christians, not only foreign missionaries, but also local Christians as well.
So at Wuyi, this village, there were two martyrs I recall. One was named Isare, and the other was Anlauer. Can you tell us something about their stories?
Right. They were from France, the northern part of France, and went through the normal Jesuit seminary formation. And at one point, what they would do is express their desire to go to the missions. In fact, if you go to some of the mission archives in Rome, you'll see row after row of what they call the Indipitae, letters written by Jesuit seminarians or from other orders saying, please send me to the missions. Mm-hmm. Again, the next year, please send me to the missions. Again, the next year, please send me to the missions. And then they would go back to their work, teaching in the high schools, working in parishes, and then one day that call might come from their provincial saying, yes, you are going to hold your breath. It could be anywhere, Africa, Madagascar, Southeast Asia, China. Mm-hmm. And that was often the dream. China held a kind of a special pride of place, a fascination for Jesuits for centuries. So these Jesuits worked in the North China Plain, southeast of Beijing, and they were basically, they sought converts. They were missionaries in the kind of truest, purest sense of not simply kind of staffing institutions, but doing firsthand evangelization, seeking converts, and also taking care of them after they had become Catholics. So there they are. The Boxers are encircling the town, and Wuyi was not very well defended. So you have to understand that, like I say, the Wild West, not only Catholics, but others had kind of fortified themselves in these villages. And Wuyi was not very well fortified. So when the Boxers came, the two priests there that were Christians left, and they pretty much just waited for their death. And they, in fact, were martyred by the Boxers.
Yeah, isn't there some story about what they were doing while the Boxers approached Saint Isare and Saint Anlauer?
Right. The story is that they were, they had given the sacraments to their flock, but pretty much they were praying and waiting for their own death.
Yeah. And that's certainly a compelling story. But I think the most dramatic, in fact, one of the most dramatic stories of the Boxer Rebellion is related to the death of two other Jesuit saints, martyr saints of China, Saint Paul Den and Saint Leon Manzhan, who died in the village of Zhujiahe. I wonder if you could tell us that story.
Right, the story of Zhujiahe is very fascinating and compelling, from which we basically get at least 4 martyr saints that are officially recognized by the Roman Catholic Church. Fathers Manzhan, Leo Ignace Manzhan, Fathers Den, and then 2 local Christians, Mary Chu and Z.H. Ju, Mary Ju, and also Peter Ju. Mm-hmm. And what I would say in this case was, as I had said, the local Christians knew the Boxers were coming over some periods of months. In fact, word came to the Zhujiahe mission, Zhujiahe basically meaning the river where the Jew family, Z.H. Jew family, reside. So basically, these were clans or Catholic clans, meaning these were kinship networks, brothers, uncles, sisters, extended in-laws, all kind of living together, and other people in the village might be somewhat distantly related. So they were all kind of in these walled compounds, and Zhujiahe was pretty well defended, not as well as some of the major towns, but pretty well defended. And the story is they got news of what had happened in Wuyi, that the 2 priests had been killed there. And we know some of this through eyewitness accounts that were recorded later, but also because Father Manzhan was also writing letters at this time, kind of a blow-by-blow account before his own martyrdom. He is writing saying, I have heard that 2 priests in a nearby village have been killed, and it seems to be those 2 that we had just mentioned. So the fact is, we don't know if this could have been avoided, but I remember you showing me that kind of horrific image of the bones, the skeletal remains of hundreds, 1,000 or more Catholics in this one church that went up in flames through the Boxer activity. That's a fact. That's a historical fact. A massacre, really, of which 4 of those saints, probably 4 of those skeletal remains there are martyrs that we have spoken of. So basically, you asked me about the story, and the Boxers were circling. At the same time, the Qing Imperial Army is on its way north to protect itself against the foreign incursions. Now, I'm not talking Star Wars or something here, but the Imperial Army, just a year before, this is kind of the luck of a political activity, just a year before had protected these Catholic villages, in fact, all of the villages, from the Boxers, who they saw basically as bandits. Then the Empress Dowager of China kind of switched sides and threw her lot in with the Boxers, which of course enraged the foreign Western powers. So at that time, the Boxers and the National Army link up. And still, a crisis could have been avoided, except that at that point, this one particular Qing Imperial officer was headed north. He sends a scout to find out if these Catholics are really that bad, or if these Christians in this village are really that bad. Well, given the state, they actually kill him. So they kill the scout. And once the scout is killed, they send the army back in. And then it's kind of like a last-ditch effort to basically eradicate that town, the Boxers and the army. And that's why we get such horrific numbers, thousands of deaths. The Christians in that village had defended themselves by arms, others through the arms of prayer, pretty much. But it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. After some hours, the 2 men had dispensed the sacraments, had ministered to their flocks, and basically there was no hope at the end. They were killed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one aspect of this story that you and I have discussed before that I think is just very moving, and that is that really in the last hours of the attack on this village at Zhujiahe, the 2 priests, the 2 martyr saints, the 2 Jesuit priests, were actually inside of the church. Right. With about maybe 1,000 or more of Catholic faithful as the Boxers attacked. And what happened to them in those last few hours?
Right. I would say that, who likes waiting? But imagine waiting for your death. It's one thing if it's only minutes or say 20 minutes, but they were there for hours. And they realized that the Boxers and the Imperial Army were enclosing around them. So they basically, vested. They could not say Mass at that time, but they had vested, waited, heard confessions, and kind of consoled the faithful. Meanwhile, they could hear constantly the encroaching number of Boxers. Yeah. In fact, when the Vatican looks at what makes a martyr saint, there are usually 3 major conditions. One is the fact that they have to be murdered. They have to be killed for martyrdom, but also that the person who is martyred has to have an awareness that their actions could bring about martyrdom, that it's not just haphazard or accidental or by the way, that it's a conscious decision to take a stance for their own faith. And thirdly, there has to be an awareness on the part of the persecutor that they're not just doing this for political reasons or something, but they are doing this in odium fide, that is, in hatred of the faith, that there is a clear sense in which they hate the Christian religion, they hate Jesus or what he stands for, and they want to murder these missionaries. So once you have those 3 conditions, any one of them lacking, the case is weakened. But those 3 conditions, and I think in this case, we clearly have a case. We could say other Christians, well, they were fighting in self-defense, which was, I think important, but can we make a martyr saint of them? But here we have priests and local Christians who are not carrying weapons, who are standing firm, even in the case of their imminent death. Mm-hmm. One young Chinese was only 19 years old.
Mm-hmm. And I know too that in those last minutes in the church, the Boxers were shooting, and the Qing troops were shooting the Catholic faithful and trying to shoot the priests who were at the altar, right? You mentioned that they were vested. And there were, there was at least one Chinese saint in the church, Saint Mary Ju. What did she do at the last minute of her life? Right,
they found this out later through kind of oral testimonies, because you have to understand that the church is full of smoke. Many of those people go to their deaths. So where do we get the stories from? But it emerges later on through that there's a woman, Saint Mary Zieju Wu, who basically takes a bullet for Father Majan, that she stands up, with her arms extended, and basically, as Jesus says, lays down her life for her friends. That's how she dies. So that's clearly, I think, a martyr's death, to take a bullet for your missionary, pastor, or priest. Mm-hmm. The second was Peter, St. Peter, again, same family name, Z-H-U, Jew, and he himself, he tries to escape at one point. Now, we don't know the situation, but get out of there, get out of Dodge, so to speak. And he goes to the sacristy. They're rounded up by imperial troops. And this is where we have this kind of very compelling story, is he's told to renounce his faith. And the idea was that the government officer sees something sort of intelligent, compelling, admirable about this young man, and says, look, you could have a long life ahead of you, or something to this effect. Just renounce your faith. Bu tui jiao, I will not renounce my faith. And he himself is killed as well. So again, clearly the marks of martyrdom.
You know, it's interesting. You mentioned this possible option for apostasy. Can you just say something about how it was that the government or boxers would encourage people to renounce their faith? Is there an example of what they might have to do to formally denounce their faith in China during the Boxer Rebellion?
Well, to formally renounce your faith, there could be, you just have to say it, basically. In some cases, this goes back to even Japan, hundreds of years earlier, stepping on a crucifix or something like this. But a formal act where it's clear not only to the person, but to those around them that they are formally renouncing their faith. Just as those who would not renounce their faith, or those that remain firm, it would be very clear not only to themselves and to others that they were doing something very, very important for their faith.
So far we've talked about really two saints of Wuyi who died in their chapel in Wuyi, and we've discussed, of course, the four martyr saints who died in the village of Zhujiahe, and I think there were in all around 3,000 Catholics who were massacred in that village. It's the largest massacre of Christians in the history of China on the soil of the Middle Kingdom. And one of the things, we, as Tertullian said, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church, and Pope John Paul II once said in a homily that the blood of St. Peter is the blood of the Church of Rome, and I think it's the blood of these martyrs that largely is the seed of the church in China. And we often think about, what did these martyrs build? I mean, what's the legacy? And in a sense, too, what can we take home from the lessons of these martyrs, and maybe from the lessons of the Jesuits? What message, sense of hope, or what message has their witness given us today?
Right, I would say a couple of things. It seems like the official reports were that about 30,000 Christians went to their deaths in their Boxer Uprising between Catholics and Protestants. So this is a huge number. In addition, I would say that this area of southern Hebei province, to this day, while we may not be able to say this particular village that suffered martyrdom, intense massacre, is predominantly Catholic, I'm not sure. But the fact is that area is one of the most Catholic parts of China to this day. So it does seem that the blood of martyrs leads to the seeds of the church. For a kind of a take-home message, I would say that in looking at the lives, especially of these four particular European priests, I think that the word there is fidelity. Fidelity to our own Christian life, to our own mission in life, that none of them were, say, great China scholars, that none of them, I have many evidence, spoke, absolutely fluent Mandarin or had a lifelong desire to be in China. But at one point, they seemed to have this mission call to go to the missions generally. And in some cases, they struggled with that when they were actually there. Was this the right place? Then there seems to be a point with, yes, this is the right place. And I think for many of us, sometimes we may find a career change, we may find a different situation in which we're working, or in a different city, and we really are searching out the will of God, but He seems sometimes to write in crooked lines, right? Yeah. And the same for us, remain firm, remain faithful, and that God ultimately will reward our efforts. That's a really strong and I think powerful message. And two, what really strikes me, you first mentioned St. Francis Xavier as really the father of the mission, and he was a Jesuit. And I'm thinking, so many centuries later, just recently you and I were in China, and you're a Jesuit,
And it's a testimony, I think, to St. Francis Xavier's desire that the Jesuits missionize China, and St. Ignatius of Loyola's desire of missionizing the East, that just a month or two ago, I attended a Mass that you offered in the beautiful Basilica, Our Lady of the Seven Sorrows in Banshan in Shanxi Province,
Yes.
China. So I think the blood of the martyrs really is the seed of the Church, and I think that the Jesuits have been, and you know this as a historian, one of the strongest aspects of the Jesuit mission, of the mission in China. And two, I think just to remind the viewers that in a future episode, Father Mariani will appear again
Yes.
and talk about the modern church in China, the church in China that suffered through the 50s and in the 1960s. But Father Mariani, thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Anthony Clark. I'm a professor of Chinese history, and I specialize in the history of Catholic Christianity in China. And this series is about the Catholic martyr saints who died in China, mostly during the Qing dynasty. The Anglican bishop and scholar of St. Francis of Assisi, John Moorman, once wrote that Francis, the son of a wealthy merchant, gave up a rather cozy life of luxury to make his home among lepers, to suffer cold and hunger, to be without money, without friends, without a home, without security, and without prospects. St. Francis embraced poverty to live a simple, holy life, taking the dictates of the gospel seriously. He insisted that Jesus' words are to be taken for what they proclaim. "Give me the treasure of sublime poverty," St. Francis said. "Permit the distinctive sign of our order to be that it does not possess anything of its own beneath the sun, for the glory of your name, and that it have no other patrimony than begging." Hadn't Christ said, "If you would be perfect, go, sell what you possess and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven"? And then he said, "And come follow me." When the rich Assisi noble Bernard of Quintavalle heard the young Francis repeat over and over in the night, "Deus meus et omnia," "my God and my all," he too gave up all he had to follow Francis's life of simple holiness. There was something contagious about Francis's version of Christianity. It was refreshingly Christian. In 1223, St. Francis wrote a rule for his order that had a very profound impact on the subsequent history of his followers. In the beginning of his rule, he wrote, "Brother Francis promises obedience and reverence to the Lord Pope Honorius and his canonically elected successors, and to the Roman Church." Thus, the Franciscan order was to remain always obedient to the Pope, Christ's appointed leader of Christians. Francis also wrote this: "Those brothers who, by divine inspiration, desire to go among the Saracens and other non-believers should ask permission from their ministers provincial." The Franciscans were not only to be obedient to the Holy Father, but also willing to travel anywhere in the world as missionaries to convert non-believers. Foreign missions have remained one of the hallmarks of the Franciscan way of life. And during the 18th century, a new generation of poor Franciscans left their native Italy and gave everything for Jesus, even giving their lives as martyrs on China's distant soil. After Pope Clement XIV suppressed the Jesuits in 1773, not the best papal decision in my opinion, the imperial court in Beijing lost all of its Western advisors in science, mathematics, and art. And with them, the court lost the only Christian influence it had. So in 1778, the emperor invited European missionaries to the capital to replace the Jesuits. In 1782, Franciscan friars arrived in China in response to his request, though they were more interested in bringing faith than science to the people of the Middle Kingdom. Larger numbers of zealous young friars began spilling onto China's shore, establishing mission churches here and there. And like the other Catholic orders who had come before them, the Franciscans too learned how difficult it was to bring the gospel to China. It was known to be, the most dangerous and recalcitrant of the globe's mission fields. But souls mattered, and so off these holy Franciscans went. And martyrs of their own were destined to plant the seed of Christianity in the East. Father Giovanni de Triora was the first Franciscan martyred in China. He was strangled to death in 1816, after 16 years a missionary there. By the time Triora lived in China, the rather stern Emperor Jiaqing occupied the throne. As a ruler, Jiaqing was suspicious of foreigners. He suspected them of collaborating with Chinese traitors against the state, and he was notorious for his harsh and brutal use of torture and execution. One scholar has written of China's most common methods of capital punishment. He wrote, quote, "Forms of execution included decapitation, cutting in half at the waist, lopping off the four limbs, slicing to death, beating to death, driving a wedge in the skull, pulling apart by horses, burying alive, boiling alive, skinning alive, drowning, strangling, smothering, and the sickening 5 penalties, whereby first the victim's nose was cut off, followed by his or her limbs, after which he or she was beaten to death, then decapitated and chopped into mincemeat, the remains of which were displayed in the public marketplace." End quote. Well, sadly, many of the Franciscans who then lived in China suffered these agonies during the reign of Emperor Jiaqing. Giovanni da Triora was born on March 15, 1760, and entered the Franciscan order when he was only 17. He asked his superiors several times for permission to go to China, and in 1801 he was at last sent to Shanxi, one of the most actively Catholic provinces in China today. Shanxi's faithful still recall Giovanni's eagerness to bring Christ to China. Records state that he alone baptized more than 7,000 Chinese. Small wonder that his success attracted negative attention from the emperor's officials, who shared his disdain for foreign missionaries. The local magistrate accused Father Triora of teaching illegal doctrine, that is, non-Chinese religion, and he was seized and put in prison for 7 months. The magistrate's assistants commanded Giovanni to trample a cross they had placed on the ground. This had been a common demand made upon Catholic Christians in Japan. One chose between stepping on the cross and living, or refusing to obey, which resulted in torture and execution. Giovanni refused, and he was condemned to be executed by slow strangulation. He was taken to a public square and fastened to a wooden frame that looked something like a cross. A hempen cord was tied around his neck, and his executioner slowly twisted the line around his throat, gradually removing his ability to breathe. Execution by strangulation was considered a more humane way to die in Imperial China because it did not involve bodily mutilation. His death was compared to Christ's because he was killed on a cross. And later Franciscans departing for China were told of Triora's sacrifice, which they greatly admired, knowing that his witness had blazed the trail through which they then traveled. Another province, Hunan, was selected for a Franciscan mission. This is an extremely traditional area of China through which the famous Xiang River runs, believed to have 2 goddesses who watch over its waters. Folk religion was and still is particularly strong there. 3 Italian friars were assigned to the Hunan mission at the end of the 19th century who would give their lives for God: Cecidio da Fossa, Giuseppe Maria Gambaro, and Bishop Antonini Fantosati. The next Franciscan to suffer martyrdom after Saint Giovanni was Father Cecidio da Fossa, who was born on August 30th, 1873. The young Cecidio frequently visited the isolated Franciscan monastery where the relics of Bernardino da Fossa and Timoteo da Monticchio are held. It was there that he first heard his calling to become a priest. He joined the Franciscan order in 1891 and later studied at the International College of St. Anthony, where young Franciscan friars were sent to prepare for foreign missions at places that were considered difficult. Bishop Fantosati met Cecidio in the Chinese city of Hangyang on Christmas Day, 1899. The joy at Christmas Mass was tempered by rising anxieties over the large, fanatical group of Boxers sweeping through China's provinces. These fists of righteous harmony entered the villages to destroy churches and kill Christians who refused to apostatize. In May of 1900, the imperial court issued a decree to purge all foreign missionaries from China. And by July 4th, Boxers attacked the Franciscan church and orphanage in Hengyang, where Cecilio was living. The attackers broke into Cecilio's residence, and fearing that the Boxers might commit sacrilege against the Blessed Sacrament, he ran to the chapel to consume our Lord in the tabernacle. He was overcome as he ran, and so brutally assaulted with stones and staves that he collapsed to the ground. Despite the heroic attempts of some Chinese Christians to save the poor friar, he was killed by the mob. The famous Shanghai priest, Father Li Wenyu, interviewed witnesses who saw Cecilio's death and wrote this account. He was immediately seized. Some stabbed him with spears and some struck him with cudgels. And in a brief moment, Father Cecilio de Fossa had sustained several wounds on his body. The Boxers dragged him away from the church to a nearby dock. They then took a cotton blanket and soaked it with oil to burn him to death. His entire body was reduced to ashes. Well, as he was being beaten and stabbed, he pleaded with his attackers, "I've done nothing wrong to you." After killing the priest, the Boxers destroyed the Franciscan residence, chapel, and orphanage, and his remains were thrown into a pit outside the city walls. Just 3 days after Cecilio's horrible martyrdom, 2 other Italian Franciscans, Bishop Antonini Fantosati and Father Giuseppe Gambaro, were killed in the same city. Fantosati was born on October 16, 1842 in Santa Maria in Valle. His very devout parents entrusted Antonini's education to local Franciscan friars who nourished in him a deep devotion to God and his Blessed Mother. Fantosati became a Franciscan novice at the Friary of Spinetta and was later ordained a priest at the age of 23. His superiors saw in him the requisite maturity for difficult mission work and decided to send him to China. It was only 2 years after he had offered his first Holy Mass. Count Giuseppe Battista Pecchi, the close brother of Pope Leo XIII, was Antonini's doting godfather, so even the Pope took a personal interest in his activities in both Italy and in China. Father Fantosati and 9 other friars left Europe for China on October 10, 1867, and they arrived at Wuchang, Hubei, on December 15, 1867. Catholic martyrs for the order founded by St. Vincent de Paul, the Vincentians, had already spilled their blood in Wuchang, and these new Franciscan arrivals were very aware of the risks of living in China at that time. Fantosati lived in Wuchang near the shore of the Yangtze River from 1867 until 1888, and he became famous there for his beautiful Chinese. The locals called him the foreign professor. In 1870, he was moved to another village, and as he traveled, he discovered that Hubei was experiencing one of the worst droughts in its history. Corpses were seen everywhere, and some starving men and women turned to cannibalism in their desperation. Antonini wrote letters back to Europe begging the wealthy aristocracy for relief donations. He used the money he received from abroad to provide food to the starving and build an orphanage for abandoned infant girls. Given China's preference for male children, the Franciscan friars often found small baskets left along public roadsides, hanging in trees and in front of temples with crying infant girls. And understanding the need for spiritual food as well as physical food, Fantosati commissioned the construction of a beautiful Romanesque church dedicated to the Sacred Heart of Jesus. It looked like, at least for a while, the Franciscan mission in Hubei was operating in peace. The last 8 years of Antonini's life were spent mostly in Hengyang, as the districts around him grew more and more unstable, as famine and outbreaks of illness plagued the region. Most of Hengyang was hostile toward the Franciscan mission. In fact, the Franciscans were popularly blamed for the natural calamities that had befallen the area. After all, these foreign missionaries taught a new religion that they claimed angered the gods of their local temples. Bishop Antonini Fantosati was not alone, however. He had a capable young helper named Giuseppe Gambaro, a pious young friar whose devotion to Our Lady was well known by Hubei's Christians. It was during Pentecost, when the two Franciscans were visiting the more remote mission outposts in the province, that bands of displaced peasants organized themselves into boxer units. They were finally in Hubei on July 6, 1900. Fantosati and Gambaro were returning by boat to Hengyang, and as they approached the shore, a Chinese Catholic informed them that Cecilio de Fossa had just been killed by a group of boxers. They were horrified by the details of Father Cecilio's martyrdom, and they must have known that the same boxers who killed their brother were still in the city. The much younger companion of Bishop Fantosati, Giuseppe Gambaro, was born on August 7, 1869, in Novara, Italy, and he entered the Franciscans in 1886. Gambaro was so virtuous that his fellow Franciscans called him Giuseppe the Living Saint. The Living Saint, as they called him, was finally sent to China in 1896, where he was warmly greeted by Fantosati. Father Giuseppe was a holy man, but he was not very gifted in foreign languages. Gambaro's Chinese never became fluent, but he still made heroic efforts at learning this challenging language. And after a while, he was able to oversee the spiritual formation of seminarians in the local Chinese seminary. The Franciscans were committed to training a native clergy in China. In 1900, during the height of the Boxer uprising in China, Bishop Fantosati called Gambaro to accompany him on his episcopal visits to Hubei's Franciscan churches. The countryside was teeming with anti-Christian Boxers, and often, quite out of the blue, a band of men would suddenly appear and destroy a church. The small Franciscan church at Shanmuqiao village was in fact attacked while the two friars were traveling through the province. There was really nowhere to escape the violence. Fantosati and Gambaro went to Shanmuqiao to look into the damage done to the church, but as soon as they had arrived there, they were summoned back to Hengyang because the bishop's residence also had been attacked. When Fantosati heard the news of the Franciscan friars and churches being attacked, he reportedly looked to heaven and exclaimed, "Non nostra sed tua voluntas," not ours, but your will be done. He also added the old Chinese saying, "For them it was breakfast, for us supper," meaning that those who had died received the greater reward than those who did the killing. Fantosati hired a boat to rush them back to Hengyang, where the center of the mission was. The Boxers were waiting for them. The so-called Fists of Righteous Harmony prepared a number of fishing boats to await their arrival. They had set a trap for the hapless friars. It was July 7, 1900, that the boat approached the shore at Hengyang, and as they grew nearer, the two missionaries knew straight away that they were being ambushed. Bishop Fantosati offered his bishop's ring to the operator of his boat, pleading with him to turn around. Instead, the boatman navigated them directly into the waiting Boxers. The assailants knocked down the bishop with a rudder, stoned him, and beat him with sticks. Father Li Wanyu writes that the bishop's head was severely wounded as he was struck. Young Gambaro suffered for over 20 minutes before finally giving way to death. But the badly wounded Bishop Fantosati remained barely alive for 2 hours until a man noticed that he was still breathing. The attacker stabbed him with a bamboo stick spiked with steel, at last ending the old friar's agony. In the fury, the Boxers mutilated their bodies and tossed them into the waters of the Xiang River. By destroying the bodies and deposing them in this way, the Boxers wished to prevent any future veneration of their relics. The church, understanding the truthfulness of Tertullian's statement that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of Christianity, sent investigators to look into the deaths of these Hubei martyrs. One witness who saw Bishop Fantosati and Gambaro die reported that at the place where they suffered their hardship, we observed what looked like two brilliant angels ascending toward the sky. Observers also recorded that Father Gambaro intoned the names of Jesus and Mary as he was being attacked with stones and clubs. And in another beautiful account, Father Gambaro crawled toward Fantosati as he was dying and received the bishop's final blessing. Gambaro's last breath was made while making the sign of the cross. St. Francis had once said, "While you are proclaiming peace with your lips, be careful to have it even more fully in your heart." These Franciscan martyrs of Hubei lived the words of their founder. They neither initiated violence nor did they resist it. In every case, we see them respond to the hatred of the anti-Christian Boxers with pardon. This was also one of Francis's exhortations, to respond to hatred with forgiveness. St. Francis took the gospel seriously, and by the examples of his later sons who traveled to China, so did they. After the Boxer uprising had ended in the late summer of 1900, the Qing government erected monuments where the Hubei martyrs had died. And these memorials became pilgrimage sites for China's native Catholics. The martyrs of Hubei's Franciscan mission died nearly 6 centuries after the first Franciscan had set foot in China, John of Monte Corvino. It is unfortunate that other orders sometimes receive more attention for their efforts in China than do the Franciscans. Looking at the sheer numbers, the Franciscan mission has given the Church a very large number of martyrs who died in the Middle Kingdom, mostly during the turbulence of the Boxer uprising. I've traveled through many provinces in China, and I have to admit that among the most vibrant, among the most spiritually alive Catholic areas in the Middle Kingdom are those places formerly run by Franciscans. In Hubei and Shanxi, for example, the Catholic churches very often feature statues of St. Francis and St. Anthony beside the main altars. And once in a while, one can still meet a Chinese Franciscan in China. Catholic orders are officially forbidden in China today. But when one does encounter a living Franciscan, quite often in his late 90s, one can be almost positive that the old friar will be a very holy man who will likely tell you that it was the blood of his earlier brothers that planted the faith in his province. In the next episode, we will consider another region of China where more holy Franciscans laid down their lives for their brothers, and we shall see that there too the church is thriving today. I'd like to end with a prayer to the martyr saints of China, a prayer that is very popular in China today. Almighty God, we give you thanks for choosing many Chinese faithful to witness for Christ by giving up their lives. We especially thank you for bestowing sainthood on more than 100 Chinese martyrs. We beg you that through the intercession of all the Chinese martyr saints, many more Chinese martyrs will be beatified and canonized as saints to glorify you. We also pray that we may follow the example of these Chinese martyrs by remaining strong in faith, hope, and charity, overcoming fear of hardship and sacrifice, and boldly proclaiming our faith. May the gospel of Jesus Christ be spread throughout China, and may Chinese people in all parts of the world receive the light of faith and the grace to follow Christ each day, so as to enter your everlasting kingdom. We ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Our Lady of China, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark. I'm a professor of Chinese history. I specialize in the history of Catholic Christianity in China. And this series is about the martyr saints of China who were canonized by Pope John Paul II. On July 9th, 1900, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hour of Jesus' death, 2 Franciscan bishops, 2 priests, 6 seminarians, 7 nuns, and many other Chinese converts died in one of the most violent massacres of Christians committed in the history of China. The nuns sang a hymn to Mary as their heads were cut off. The choir diminished by one voice as each woman died. When the official in charge of the execution asked one of the bishops why he had come to China, he simply answered, "To save souls." He was beaten and beheaded for this answer. I recently traveled to this very place where this massacre occurred. I was there with my wife, some very good friends, and a Chinese priest. We all reflected on what had happened on that spot over a century ago, and we discussed how this city, Taiyuan, today has more Catholics than any other diocese in China. It really is astonishing to see how overflowing the churches are around where those martyrs died in 1900. The song that the nuns were singing on that day was the Te Deum. The words are actually quite telling. At first it might seem odd that they sang this hymn. It's a song of thanksgiving. It says, "We praise you, O God, we acknowledge you to be the Lord. All the earth worships you, the Father everlasting. To you all angels cry aloud, the heavens and all the powers therein. To you cherubim and seraphim continually cry, Holy, holy, holy Lord, God of Sabaoth. Heaven and earth are full of your glory." But then again, it is not so strange that they sang this hymn of gratitude, because they were singing for us, who today enjoy the rewards of their sacrifice. Taiyuan, where this massacre occurred, is one of the Middle Kingdom's most historic cities. Some of China's most illustrious poets live there, and it is the birthplace of the legendary Tang Dynasty Emperor Li Shimin. It is also near one of the country's most sacred Buddhist pilgrimage sites, Mount Wutai, one of the 4 holy mountains believed to be guarded by powerful bodhisattvas. When Christian missionaries first settled in Taiyuan, it was almost like building a Buddhist shrine near St. Peter's in Rome. Well, some native Chinese were quite accepting of the new religion in town, and others were not. Despite the inevitable antagonisms that did arise between the temples already in Taiyuan and the missionaries who had just moved in, Catholic conversions flourished. In fact, there was such a rapid increase of Catholics by 1890 that Shanxi was divided into 2 separate dioceses. Franciscan records note that the number of Catholics in Shanxi rose from 13,000 in 1890 to 19,000 in 1900. Well, today, by the way, there are 80,000 Catholics in Taiyuan. And every year, the seminary was ordaining a new Chinese priest. The local officials were bitterly opposed to this sudden explosion of Christianity. It didn't help matters any that as the Franciscan mission grew, more Catholic buildings sprung up that towered over local homes and temples, and that Shanxi was at the same time experiencing a terrible famine. Increasing numbers of young men and women had no fields to cultivate. They were left to wander about the province hungry and restless. Taiyuan's most powerful official then was the notorious Yu Xian, known for his harsh methods of dealing with foreigners. He was not at all afraid of making his anti-foreignism a matter of public knowledge. On the afternoon of July 2nd, 1900, Yu Xian sent his soldiers to the Franciscan mission to arrest the missionaries. He wanted the Christians out of his city. When they arrived, the bishops, priests, and faithful were in the chapel. They were in prayer. Even as the troops entered the church, the Catholics remained kneeling as Yu Xian's men bound them with rope. Everyone knew what would befall them, for the governor had already made plans with the Boxers for their executions. They were taken single file to an alley near the governor's palace. The alley's name was Tianping, Heavenly Peace, but the locals called it Pighead Alley. It was an unpleasant place to spend their final days. Among the Franciscans arrested on that day were two bishops, Gregory Grassi and Francis Fogola, two priests, Theodoric Balat, Elias Faccini, 6 seminarians, including Andre Bauer and Dongbo Di, and 7 sisters of the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary, Marie Hermine de Jesus, Marie della Pace, Maria Chiara, Maria del Sant Nathalie, Marie Saint Just, Marie Adolphine, and Marie Amandine. In addition to the Franciscans, there were several Chinese Catholics who, when given the chance to renounce their faith and avoid arrest, decided to follow the missionaries to what they knew very well would likely be a horrible death. Bishop Gregory Grassi was the patriarch of the Taiyuan mission. Born on December 13, 1833, Gregory was known for his remarkable personal piety and his intellectual gifts. After joining the Franciscans, he studied at the monastery of Our Lady of the Annunciation in Bologna. He was so intelligent, in fact, that his superiors imagined him a future leader of the church in Rome. But he desired none of the fame that accompanies a higher state. Grassi was a Franciscan who admired the Franciscan legacy. He wanted to be a poor missionary in a faraway place. So he was assigned to St. Bartholomew in the Tiber in Rome, where friars were sent to prepare for difficult missions. By 1860, he was in China, where he knew many martyrs had gone before him. He was made a bishop in 1876, and his life was suddenly busy with the demands of the rapidly expanding mission. I should say one more thing about Grassi. He was convinced that devotion to Jesus and the Blessed Sacrament was critical to building the church in China. And so he spent long hours kneeling in front of our Lord in the tabernacle and organized frequent benedictions for the faithful in that province. Grassi nearly exhausted himself administering his growing flock until he was at last joined by the portly friar from Monteregio, Francis Fogola. Fogola was born on the feast of St. Francis, October 4th, 1834. He chose the same date for his ordination to the priesthood in 1863. He left Italy for China only 3 years after his ordination and was greeted by the elated Grassi at Taiyuan in 1868. In 1876, a cruel famine struck Shanxi, and as one scholar wrote, there were corpses in homes, on major streets, and in the fields. Fogola raised money in every way he could imagine. He sold bronze statues, silver utensils, and wrote letters to Europe pleading for relief funds. Both he and Grassi earned a reputation for being gentlemen of charity. But Fogola knew that winning souls required more than acts of charity, so he devoted himself to mastering Chinese in order to reach China through its own language and culture. This attitude was much like the view of Matteo Ricci. Fogela and Grassi only wore Chinese clothing. They grew long Chinese-style beards, smoked Chinese pipes, and cultivated the patina of Confucian literati. Fogela became known in Shanxi as a gifted speaker, irrigated, as the Chinese say, with the waters of Confucian learning. Perhaps one of the most talented native Catholics in China was the polyglot seminarian Dong Bo-di. Fogela took Dong with him to Europe in 1898, where the young Chinese Franciscan impressed influential people in every country he visited. Many European clergy and laypersons were so taken by his linguistic skills and social graces that they felt compelled to bathe the Franciscan mission in China with generous donations. But Fogela's return to China did not only bring financial contributions. The holy founder of the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary of the Passion contributed 7 of her young nuns to the Shanxi mission. This small band of sisters left an indelible mark on the lives of many people in Shanxi before they too were martyred at Governor Yu Xian's palace. The local Catholics were astonished to see Fogela, Dong Bo-di, and the group of foreign women arrive. The nuns were a spectacle with their large feet. The nuns, clad in their long white habits, left for China on March 12, 1899. One source recounts that stormy weather gave them a rough sea and all were seasick. They were tossed to and fro in their berths. They reached Hong Kong in April, and after a short stay there with the Sisters of St. Paul, they left again for Taiyuan. At last, the days of voyage on land and sea were past, and on the feast of the great Saint Monica, whom the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary liked so much to venerate in their convent at Carthage, the 7 future martyrs entered Taiyuan, where 200 orphans and 6 Franciscan fathers awaited their arrival. Their new home was much more modest than they were accustomed to in France, but the austerity of their lodgings was made up for by the enthusiasm with which they were greeted when they arrived. In a letter home, Sister Marie Hermine wrote, "I cannot describe to you the warmth of the welcome these poor souls give us. Women and children would not be satisfied till they had touched our hands, our habits, even our feet, so surprisingly long to them." The 7 were overwhelmed, looking after the children under their care at the mission orphanage and caring for the constant flow of patients at their small clinic. What time they had left was spent between the 2 chapels nestled within the Franciscan mission. Every morning they attended Mass at 5 o'clock at one chapel, and at the other chapel they kept vigil before Jesus in daily adoration. Growing hunger in Shanxi demanded their attention as a drought began to cause starvation and restlessness. One sister wrote, "We made a triduum of prayer to obtain rain, since drought had brought hunger in its wake. We organized everything so that day and night an FMM was at the feet of Jesus in the Eucharist. To do that, each of us made 3 or 4 hour adorations and gave up midday recreation to go to the chapel. The Chinese women, young and old, remained kneeling with hands joined and prayed with much fervor." By April and May, northern China was teeming with anti-Christian Boxers, and the sisters began to fear that their own work in Taiyuan would soon end, probably with their own deaths. As the Boxers approached the city, Bishops Grassi and Fogela asked Governor Yu Xian for an audience. They hoped he would offer to help them escape from a Boxer attack. Of course, he refused to meet them because he was, as we now know, in collaboration with the very Boxers the Franciscans feared. One of the nuns, Sister Marie Amandine, wrote a letter to her parents on January 24th, 1900. She said, "The revolutionaries are still 3 days' journey from here. They say that the Emperor of China is not going to interfere if all the Europeans are killed. Before you get this letter, we may have been driven out or even put to death. Each day, the Boxers grew closer, and Fogela and Grassi pleaded with the 7 Franciscan nuns to flee Taiyuan and find safety elsewhere. But this was not what they desired. Mother Marie Hermine refused to deport the nuns and leave, and she simply responded to the 2 bishops, "Do not stop us from dying with you." In May 1900, a Chinese traveler passed through Taiyuan and warned the Franciscans that a Catholic church had been attacked and burned to the ground only a few days away. The local authorities sent notice to Bishop Grassi that all Christians must convene at their church, where officials would give them a final chance to renounce their faith. Grassi did call everyone to church, not to apostatize, however, but to pray. One of the holy priests who was gathered then was Father Theodoric Balat, who had arrived to China on October of 1884. Balat was not healthy in China, and he sometimes collapsed from severe spasms and fevers. Despite his frailty, Father Theodoric taught at the Franciscan seminary at Dongargo and served as the chaplain for the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary. Other than Balat, one of the most beloved members of the Taiyuan mission was Elias Ficini. Father Ficini was perhaps the most learned member of the Franciscan mission in all of China. He wrote distinguished works on philosophy, theology, and Catholic devotional life, and he produced a Latin-Chinese dictionary to help the Chinese seminarians to prepare for the priesthood. Elias suffered from a painful skin disease and usually slept no more than 4 hours a night because of his discomfort. The Alsatian seminarian André Bauer gathered also that day in the mission chapel. André had served in the French military for 3 years, and he understood too well what violence awaited them once the Boxers were in Taiyuan. Bauer had arrived at Taiyuan on May 4th, 1899, and Bishop Grassi assigned him to care for patients in the medical clinic and to oversee the lay workers at the mission. André Bauer was a close friend of Dong Bo-di, who he attended classes with at the Franciscan seminary in the Catholic village of Dongargo. One source tells us that Bauer and Dong Bo-di encouraged the Chinese Christians to remain firm in their faith as they faced persecution. "Let us not lose this wonderful opportunity to be martyred," said Dong, "and ascend to heaven." Bishop Fogela urged Bauer, Dong, and all the seminarians to find hiding places as the Boxers approached Taiyuan, but they refused to abandon their chance for martyrdom. The bishops, priests, and seminarians, the nuns, and lay faithful had all gathered together on July 2nd. It was their final moment of freedom. That afternoon, Yushen soldiers broke into the chapel and seized them, taking them to Pighead Alley, where they were locked in a railway office. On the 9th of July, Governor Yushen commanded his troops to convene with a large band of newly arrived Boxers at the west gate of his official palace, and he summoned the missionaries to his gate. By this time, both Catholic and Protestant missionaries had been gathered together in preparation for this massacre. The prisoners were stripped to the waist, men, women, and children, and paraded through the public streets toward the gate, where Yu Shen sat on a platform, surrounded by soldiers and an entourage of motley young Boxers wielding menacing swords and long spears. On the way to the governor's palace through their Via Crucis, the native Christians and foreign missionaries were bound in ropes, ridiculed and beaten by their guards. Bishop Fogela told the troops that they were quite willing to follow them without the ropes, but as he suggested this, a soldier slashed the poor bishop's leg with his sword. Grassi also endured beatings as he marched to the execution ground. He suffered a deep wound on the forehead and a sword cut on his shoulders. Once at the West Gate, the group of terrified Christians were ordered to kneel. Professor Georges Goyot, a historian at the Académie Française, has described what followed. He wrote, "In a harsh voice, Yu Shen ordered the yard to be cleared and the prisoners were dragged out to the tribunal. The people hurling insults at them as they passed down the streets. Yu Shen did not even pretend to hold a trial. He himself gave the order to kill and dealt the death blow to 2 bishops with his own sword. On their knees, the nuns sang the Te Deum as they knelt with heads bowed to the executioner. They were very tranquil. Some non-Christian spectators said afterwards, they lifted their veils for the death blow and added, 'It is a shame. These European nuns were such good people.'" Father Balat's assistant witnessed the entire event and was able to provide a written testimony of what happened. He wrote, "Kill them! Kill them!" roared the crowd. Yu Shen, striking with his own sword, cried, "Kill them!" At this sight, the soldiers began the slaughter, dealing blows right and left, cruelly injuring their victims before giving the final stroke. Father Elias, aged 61 years, received more than 100 sword cuts. At each blow, he lifted his eyes to heaven, saying, "I go to heaven." During the scene, the Franciscan missionaries of Mary were spectators, for their executioners hoped the sight of the martyred priests would make their own death more horrible. They knelt in prayer with their eyes lifted to heaven, praying for the martyrs, for the conversion of their persecutors, and for the perseverance of Christians. The nuns embraced each other, intoned the Te Deum, and presented their heads to the executioners. A stroke of the sword, and all was over. Father Li Wenyu simply stated, "In a moment the blood gathered into flowing rivers and countless corpses were prone throughout the courtyard." It didn't take long for news of this terrible massacre to reach Rome, and Pope Leo XIII's private secretary, Monsignor Rinaldo Angeli, wrote to Mother Mary of the Passion, the founder of the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary, on behalf of the Pope. He wrote, "His Holiness blesses with all his heart the institute which has given these spotless victims. I rejoice with you in this new pledge of heavenly graces given to your society, the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary." They had their first martyrs. Witnesses of the executions reported a radiant light bursting from the sky that shone on the bodies of the martyrs, and a column was described that appeared and ascended into the sky. Later reports noted that white clouds descended from the sky into the remains of the martyrs when their bodies were buried. It was very curious when 9 months after the massacre at Taiyuan, Mother Mary of the Passion received an unexpected package in the mail containing 3 long-delayed letters written by Mother Marie Hermine before she was killed in China. Her letters were laden with anxiety, but despite her fears, the nuns continued to offer their work to God and to the people of the Middle Kingdom. She wrote, "Drought growing worse every day, groups of people hurling threats against Christians, against friends of the Europeans whom they blame for the scourge. At the same time, more and more of the wretched people, they come to St. Pascal's convent, and there is the terrible problem of how to feed the babies living with their foster mothers when they should be brought back. Typhoid is raging, and everyday news of the advance of the Boxer rebels becomes more upsetting. They are cutting telegraph wires, destroying the railways, blocking up the roads. The nuns are more and more isolated. In spite of all this, work goes on." The Franciscans in Taiyuan lived according to the ideals of St. Francis, no matter what the cost. The first time Mother Mary of the Passion heard that her 7 nuns had died was on September 22nd, 1900. It was announced in a note from the Franciscan Father General. He wrote, "On behalf of our Father General, I hasten to send you the news, the glory of those victims who have washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb and now are part of this triumphal army. A sorrow to us who have lost friends, bishops, and exemplary missionaries. Let us pray for them and copy them. Our Most Reverend Father General sends you his condolences and his congratulations too for the first 7 martyrs of your institute. Mother Mary walked into the chapel, and after a moment of silence, she called all of the sisters at St. Helen's Convent together. They gathered, and she said to them, "My children, God gave to St. Francis the grace of having 5 of his sons martyred, and in his joy he cried out, 'Now I can truly say I have true friars minor.' And I too can truly say I have 7 Franciscan missionaries of Mary. St. Pascal Bellon's convent at Taiyuan has been destroyed. Mother Hermine and all our sisters have been put to death. They are my 7 sorrows and my 7 joys." She was alluding to the 7 sorrows of the Blessed Virgin Mary related to the life of her son Jesus. It is a profound mystery of our Christian faith that the sorrows of such suffering are inexorably linked to the joyful hope of the resurrection. Mother Mary of the Passion, the founder of the Franciscan Missionaries of Mary, understood this well when she asked her nuns to thank the good Lord for the sacrifice these Franciscans had made for the Middle Kingdom. They sang together there in the room the same Te Deum that the 7 sisters had sung together as they died martyrs on the soil of China. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark, and I'm a professor of Chinese history, specialized in the history of Catholic Christianity in China. And this series is about the Catholic martyr saints who died in China, sometimes called the Middle Kingdom. It is perhaps a stretch that the famous Saint Don Bosco ever imagined later Salesians traveling to China to continue his work there. He had tried to establish a school in Hong Kong during his lifetime, but there were too many obstacles. The kind and generous Father Bosco loved children, and in a dream he is reported to have had when only 9 years old, the Blessed Virgin said to him, "Transform my young children from wild animals to gentle lambs." Every country has children, and where there are children to raise in the faith of the Church, the Salesians have gone. China too has children, lots of them. And the first Salesian to make his way to the Middle Kingdom was the Italian missionary Luigi Versiglia, who went there to make gentle lambs of Mary's little children in the Far East. Versiglia went to China in 1906, 18 years after St. Don Bosco had died in his native Italy. When St. Versiglia led the first Salesian mission to China, he carried with him the traditional motto of the order, a quote from Don Bosco himself, "Da mihi animas cetera tolle," "Give me souls, take everything else away." It was ultimately for souls that Versiglia traveled to the Middle Kingdom. And once he arrived, he discovered how important his mission was. There are 2 Salesian martyr saints who died in China, St. Luigi Versiglia and St. Callisto Caravaggio. They both died together in 1930 because they stood in the way of bandits who wanted to take away the young women in their group. They had lived holy lives, and they died holy deaths in defense of the young. Salesians understand very well that children are the future of the church, as Pope John Paul II has said many times. Nourished by the graces of their faith in Jesus and his mother, the Salesian martyrs of China gave their lives as a witness to the Middle Kingdom. They demonstrated through example the words of St. John Bosco, who said, "Trust all things to Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament and to Mary, help of Christians, and you will see what miracles are." The Salesians, especially those on foreign missions, sometimes recall a dream handed down by the first followers of Don Bosco of two chalices lifted up in the sky. One cup was filled with the sweat of labor, and the other with the blood of Salesians who had suffered persecution. This was a sign to them of future martyrdom, and China fulfilled this expectation. After the violent massacres of Christians during the Boxer Uprising of 1900 had ended, a new wave of Catholic missionaries flooded into China, and one of the new orders looking to Christianize the Middle Kingdom was the Society of St. Francis de Sales, more commonly today called the Salesians of Don Bosco. This time was also during the politically turbulent period between the collapse of the Qing Empire and the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949. And into this era of civil conflict between the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek and the communists under Mao Zedong, Luigi Versiglia and Callisto Caravario began their missionary work in the southern Chinese province of Guangdong. The first of these two Salesian martyrs to arrive at China was Luigi Versiglia. He was born on June 5, 1873, at the small village of Olivagesi in the northern Italian province of Pavia. Luigi entered Don Bosco's oratory when he was only 12, and under the influence of Don Bosco himself, he began to consider the priesthood. He entered the Salesians in 1889 and was at last ordained a priest in 1895. He also earned his doctorate in philosophy from the esteemed Gregorian University, founded by the great Saint Ignatius of Loyola. Versiglia was only 22 when he became a priest, and when he was 23, he was made the novice master at Genzano di Roma, where he remained for a decade. One of the novices under his care described Father Versiglia as a very demanding master. The novice said that he was a padded hammer with those who showed a tendency to laziness. But Luigi Versiglia, despite his love for the novices and his wisdom in guiding them, always felt called to serve the young of another country on a foreign mission. He used to tell his superiors, "My trunk can be ready at a minute's notice." And to prepare himself for the rigors of missionary life, he maintained an active schedule of physical exercise and horseback riding on the Alban Hills southeast of Rome. In 1905, he received the news he had prayed for. He was to be sent to China to establish a Salesian presence there. Father Versiglia was put in charge of the first Salesian mission to Asia, and by the beginning of 1906, he was in Macau, adjusting to life in the East. He had to learn how to eat with chopsticks and learn to read and speak Chinese. At Macau, Luigi established a school and an orphanage, which functioned then as the mother house for the Salesian mission. St. Don Bosco's dream to have a mission for children in Asia was finally a reality. In 1917, the Vatican offered the Salesians an area in southern China at Shaozhou in Guangdong. Father Versiglia arranged for an expedition to Shaozhou the following year under the leadership of Father Santegurelli. And just 3 days before this first group of sons of St. John Bosco left for China, Cardinal Giovanni Cagliero gave the Salesians a farewell sermon. He said, quote, "What last word shall I give you in particular? The words that Don Bosco gave me and my companions at the first expedition of 1875. Look for souls, not for money or fame or honors. Take special care of the children, the poor, the aged, the sick, and you will gain the blessing of God and the goodwill of men. Recommend and spread constantly the devotion to Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament and to Mary, help of Christians, and you will see what miracles are. And at the dinner party afterward, Father Gorelli gave Versiglia a gift that had been sent to him from the rector major of the mission. It was a chalice. One of the priests at the dinner overheard Father Versiglia's response when he received the beautiful cup. Versiglia said, "You brought me a chalice, and I accept it." Don Bosco saw that the Asian missions would flourish when a chalice would be filled with the blood of his sons. This chalice was sent to me, and I will have to fill it. The Holy See formally made the Salesian mission at Shaozhou a vicariate apostolic in 1920, and Luigi Versiglia was made its first bishop. He was ordained a bishop at the cathedral in Guangdong, and one of the hymns was a song about Adam. The words go, "We are sons of an unfortunate father." Well, the new bishop noticed the words and said to his confreres with a smile, "Yes, I may be a miserable father, but I shall do my best to be a good father." And once Versiglia was made a bishop, he set himself to a fatiguing schedule of work. Bishop Versiglia established an orphanage for abandoned children, a home for the elderly, and a Salesian seminary. He was skilled at anything he put his mind to, and it seems that his mind was on everything. He was the mission printer, the sacristan, the gardener, the painter, and he even cut hair as the mission barber. In 1921, he traveled back to Italy, where he met the young and passionate Callisto Caravaggio at Turin. Callisto wanted to go to China, and I think Versiglia needed the help. Caravaggio was born on June 18, 1903, in the small northwestern Italian town of Corne, not too far from Turin. Young Callisto was educated by the Salesians and made a promise to God to serve on a foreign mission. He became a novice in 1918 and met Bishop Luigi Versiglia in 1921 when Luigi was in Italy. The young seminarian told the bishop, "I will come and see you in China." He kept his promise, both to God and to Versiglia. In 1924, Caravaggio went to Macau to begin studying the difficult language of Chinese. The mainland at that time was fractured between two opposing ideologies, the pseudo-republican faction under Chiang Kai-shek and the atheist communism of Mao Zedong. In a letter written by Bishop Versiglia in 1926, he wrote that we are now completely under communist control, and we don't know how things will turn out. Guangzhou was increasingly in the hands of communist forces, and it was into this turbulent landscape that Callisto arrived in March of 1929. Not long after his arrival, Bishop Versiglia ordained Callisto a priest, and the new priest wrote his mother a letter telling her how committed he must be to his new duties. He said, "Having a priest as your child is a great honor, and the Lord in heaven will reward you for all of your sacrifices made for love." The letter seems almost like an attempt to prepare his mother for a future loss. But as his letter was making its way to his home in Italy, local tensions in Shaozhou grew more dangerous. After his ordination, Bishop Versiglia assigned Father Caravaggio to the city of Linzhou, where he zealously worked to expand his small community of Christians. After only 6 months at his modest little mission, Callisto traveled to Shaozhou to give a report to his bishop, Versiglia, who was so happy with the news that he decided to return to Linzhou with Caravaggio to see the mission church himself. Linzhou was a 2-day journey from Shaozhou. The first day was to be made by train, and the second day by boat. This was sadly their final trip. They never arrived. The two Salesians were traveling with several other passengers on their way to Callisto's mission at Linzhou, including 4 young teachers from their school, 2 women and 2 men, and a young female student who was around 10 years old. On the second day of their journey, February 25th, 1930, they traveled by boat, and a large white flag was hoisted above the boat with the words Catholic Mission. They thought that this would protect them from any mischief, but they were, I guess, a bit too naive. An ambush had been prepared for the unfortunate passengers. A band of men ensconced themselves within a bamboo grove along the shore at an area called Litouju, and they waited for the boat to pass by. The ambushers consisted of around a dozen men. Some were bandits, some were communist soldiers, and one man had previously asked one of the women on the boat to marry him. This man was still very bitter. She had refused to marry him because she intended to enter a convent and become a nun to dedicate herself to God. He hoped to abduct her and induce the poor woman to marry him anyway. It was on a Tuesday at around noon that their boat made its way past the bamboo grove, floating calmly on the Linzhou River. Suddenly, the men emerged from the grove with rifles pointed at the boat. "Stop!" one of the bandits yelled, and the terrified boat captain maneuvered his vessel toward the shore. Bishop Versiglia had been assaulted by bandits before. He had been captured and set free after giving the men everything he had. So he was not at that time overly concerned that this would be any different. But alas, this time was different. The men required 500 cash, a lot of money then. They demanded it immediately, and when they saw the Chinese women on the boat, they also demanded that the girls be handed over. Well, Bishop Versiglia knew very well that if the men took the women, they would be raped and most likely sold into arranged marriages or even slavery. He began frantically to bargain with them, but as he spoke, the bandits swiftly boarded the boat and dashed toward the girls. Bishop Versiglia and Father Caravaggio blocked their approach with their bodies, but were not prepared for the brutality of their attackers. Desperate to save the young Christian women from violation and abuse, the 2 unarmed priests confronted the attackers. It was courageous, but useless. Using their rifle butts, the bandits horribly beat the 2 Salesians, striking their arms, bodies, and heads, and the 2 priests fell to the ground, nearly unconscious. As he fell, Father Caravaggio intoned the names Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, and even as they lay wounded on the ground, Versiglia and Caravaggio grabbed the feet of the women, trying to save them from their assailants. But in the end, the women were abducted and the 2 saints were dragged ashore. Once ashore, they were searched and physically abused, but worst of all to them, they were helpless to save the women from their fate with the bandits. One of the men in the group shouted at them, "If we win, we will destroy all religion in China, and no one will study your beliefs again." This man was undoubtedly one of the communist soldiers in the band. While the priests were being pulled to the riverbank, some of the bandits hunted through the boat for money, but they mostly found sacred objects for devotions or liturgy. These things were all burned. The men again dragged the two priests a little further from the boat into a thicket. There were several witnesses who overheard the entire episode unfold. Bishop Versiglia pleaded on Carvario's behalf. "I'm an old man," he said, "so kill me if you want. Only let him go. He's still very young." Regardless of the bishop's entreaty to spare Father Carvario, the two missionaries were taken into the brush. A moment later, the witnesses heard 5 quick rifle shots, and they knew the 2 men were dead. News of the attack reached the local authorities that afternoon around 2 o'clock, and official soldiers were alerted about what had happened. One of the women who was on the boat, Mary, had been able to escape and report on precisely what she saw. When all this happened, we were only about 9 feet from the missionaries. I saw Father Carvario bow his head and speak softly to the bishop, as if they were confessing to each other. Then the bishop and Father Carvario looked at us. They pointed toward the sky, and they prayed aloud. While Mary recounted the horrible murder of the 2 priests, another priest, Father Cavada, rushed to find the bodies of his priest brothers. He was accompanied by the chief of police. Versiglia and Carvario had been shot, and their heads were beaten in a dreadful act of violence against them. Their remains were respectfully gathered by Father Cavada and taken back to the mission. The other women were taken to the bandits' hideaway at a nearby mountain, and they suffered torments there for several days before the local authorities liberated them. The freed victims were taken to the police headquarters, where they were looked after until they recovered from their terrible trauma. On the night of March 2nd, a Sunday, the girls went to visit the bodies of the 2 holy men who had died because they tried to save them from the bandits. The women knelt beside the remains of the 2 sons of Saint Don Bosco and prayed in thanksgiving for their holy example of self-sacrifice. One of the killers was overheard saying to another how surprised he was that the 2 foreign devils, as they called them, displayed no fear as they were being beaten and killed, but only continued to pray peacefully. I have studied all of the canonized martyrs of China, and this sense of peacefulness was quite common as they faced death. At that critical moment, they appeared to be quite eager to die and meet God. After all, we read in Holy Scripture, "Fear none of those things which you shall suffer, for I will give you a crown of life." The bodies of Saints Luigi Versiglia and Callisto Carvario were officially identified by the local Chinese authorities on March 4th. They were placed into coffins and prepared for a solemn Catholic burial. A requiem mass was celebrated on March 13th, and their remains were suitably buried in the presence of representatives of the local government. Bishops, priests, and a crowd of faithful Christians and non-Christians of the area regarded these 2 Salesians as heroes who died defending the honor of young Chinese women. The men who killed them were in fact never tried. That is, they were never found. And during the Cultural Revolution in 1966, Chairman Mao's Red Guards destroyed the graves of the 2 Salesian martyrs buried in Guangzhou, and their relics in China completely disappeared. Actually, many, perhaps most, Catholic graveyards in China were desecrated by Red Guards during that time. Yet, as we have seen throughout this series, martyrdom is never an end, but always marks the beginning of a renewed testimony for the truths of our Christian faith. The Salesian mission in China continued for a while after Versiglia and Caravaggio had died, though not without new struggles. As I've said, this was the time when communism was rising to political dominance in China. The sons of St. John Bosco re-established a mission in Beijing in 1946. But in 1949, Chairman Mao Zedong proclaimed the beginning of the People's Republic of China. And as we know, Karl Marx left little room in his intellectual paradigm for belief in God, especially a belief attached to an institutionalized church such as Roman Catholicism. As soon as China was officially communist, many Salesians were arrested and put into state labor camps. There were several excuses for these arrests, all of them contrived. Foreign missionaries were quickly expelled from China during the first years of communist rule, and by 1954, there were only 21 Salesians left in mainland China. As one source states, the years of the Church of Silence had begun. Today, the Sons of Don Bosco can only operate officially in Hong Kong and Taiwan, where they manage 8 educational and cultural centers in the spirit of their holy founder. At the solemn beatification of Bishop Luigi Versiglia and Father Callisto Caravaggio on May 15, 1983, the Holy Father, Pope John Paul II, delivered a very stirring homily at St. Peter's in Rome, extolling the heroic virtues of these 2 courageous missionaries. In his comments, the Holy Father spoke of Christ's assertion that there is no greater love than this, than to lay down one's own life for another. Versiglia and Caravaggio thus put into practice the greatest form of love possible. In fact, it is that same kind of love that was given to all people by Christ himself when he died on his cross. The Pope also recalled that the small group on the boat that day was attacked at noon, just after the 2 saints had led the other Christians in the recitation of the Angelus, which the Holy Father calls the sweet prayer that prepares us for the victorious struggle against the snares of evil. In his concluding remarks, Pope John Paul II exhorted all Christians to consider their own journey towards holiness, in imitation of their examples in China. The Pope also noted how their heroic sacrifices reflect well the Christian dedication of the Salesian brothers. But he also reminded us all that the examples of saints are not just for a few people, but rather for the entire church. As the Holy Father said, Christ gave us his Spirit so that we can succeed in this. Blessed Mary, help of Christians, assist us to be like Versiglia and Caravaggio. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark, and I'm a professor of Chinese history, and I specialize in the history of Catholic Christianity in China. This series is about the Catholic martyr saints of China who died in a place that is often called in Asia as the Middle Kingdom. One of the sad ironies of history is that to discuss the past, we must have records or artifacts that tell us what happened. We cannot discuss what we do not know about. Aristotle wrote that if you would understand anything, observe its beginning and its development. Well, I completely agree with Aristotle, but unfortunately, we have far fewer sources about the Chinese who died in China than we have about the Western missionaries who died there. It is difficult to observe the beginning and development of China's history of Chinese saints since written records about them are scant. This is partially because Western missionaries kept more careful diaries about themselves and other Westerners than they did about Chinese. And it is also partially due to the fact that so many Chinese records about Christianity in the Middle Kingdom were deliberately destroyed during the Maoist Cultural Revolution. But in the end, we do have some precious accounts of Chinese Christians who died for God on their native soil. And it is to those holy men and women that we have dedicated this episode. Pope John Paul II once said in a homily that the blood of St. Peter is the foundation of the Church of Rome. And this is true. It is also true that the blood of Chinese Christians is the foundation of the Church in China. When Pope John Paul II canonized the 120 martyr saints of China in 2000, he canonized 87 Chinese and only 33 foreign missionaries. I have to admit here that I am guilty of a slight unfairness in this series, for I've only spoken mostly of foreign missionaries who died the deaths of martyrs. The great majority of China's saints are Chinese. I have done this quite consciously, but only because I have worked with very limited records about the Chinese martyrs who now enjoy God's face in heaven. Perhaps more documents will arise and other programs can be produced to give these blessed saints the exposure their sacrifices cry out for. In this episode, I will focus on the lives of 3 Chinese martyr saints whose personal stories stand as excellent examples of the other 84 canonized Chinese saints in the Catholic Church. I shall be looking at Saints Augustine Zhaorong, Thaddeus Liu Reiting, and Xi Zhuzi. The Church's official Memorial Day for the Martyr Saints of China is celebrated on July 9th, and it is listed in the calendar as Augustine Zhaorong and Companions. In fact, Saint Zhaorong is perhaps the most discussed native Chinese saint in the Catholic Church, and Pope John Paul II referred to him as one of China's proto-martyrs because he was killed more than 80 years before the Christian massacres of the Boxer Uprising in 1900. Zhaorong was born a non-Christian in the poor province of Guizhou in 1746, and he later took the name Augustine after he was baptized. One of the colorful aspects of Augustine's personality is that he was known to have lived a very self-indulgent life before he became a Christian, and he was still a bit, hot-headed after his conversion. Perhaps this is why he chose the name Augustine, after St. Augustine of Hippo, who we know lived an immoral life before his conversion to the Catholic faith. Zhaorong was hired as a runner for the local jail when he was 20 years old, and like St. Paul, he participated in the persecution of Christians before his conversion to Christianity. By 1772, the number of Christian converts in Guizhou was rising quickly, and local officials began to implement several anti-Christian policies. It was part of Zhaorong's job to participate in court-ordered persecutions against Catholic missionaries. In 1774, the French priest and member of the Paris Foreign Mission Society, Father Jean-Martin Moy, was arrested and imprisoned in the Wuchuan jail where Zhaorong was employed. It was providence. Moy was a brilliant intellectual and gifted at explaining the Christian faith to non-believers. So, Zhaorong, Father Moy's jailer, was converted to Christianity after long discussions in Moy's small jail cell. By the time of Moy's release, the two men had become very close friends, and Zhao walked several miles with him on the day of his discharge, discussing Christian doctrine. It is actually a bit tragic that Father Moy later returned to France, where he suffered even more terrible persecutions in his native country during the horrors of the French Revolution. And Zhao Rong eventually suffered under anti-Christian persecutions in the Middle Kingdom. Christ had warned his disciples that this would be part of being a Christian. "Men will hate you because of me," Jesus said. Father Jean Martin baptized Zhao on the feast of St. Augustine, August 28, 1776. And even after his conversion, he remained to some extent, hot-tempered. We might even say that he was overly aggressive toward non-Christian religions. On one occasion, Augustine entered a local temple quite suddenly and attacked a clay statue of one of the deities. The monks were afraid to intervene because he was, after all, an employee of the local jail. Well, I need not say that this didn't help the reputation of Christians any. It is sometimes, good for us to learn that even the saints can be all too human at times. But despite his impetuousness, Zhao Rong was a tireless worker for the Christian mission in China, and Father Moy assigned him to several pastoral duties, and even taught him Latin and theology to encourage a vocation to the priesthood. A vicious plague struck Sichuan in 1779, and Zhao Rong was asked to baptize the infants that were found in large numbers left on the streets to die. Augustine exhausted himself with endless acts of charity in baptizing the poor little victims of the plague. He had grown in wisdom and holiness through this experience, and Augustine was made Father Augustine on May 10, 1781. Being Chinese, Zhao Rong was able to navigate through China with much more ease than foreign missionaries. He was entirely inconspicuous as he traveled to remote villages where he would preach, teach catechism, and administer the sacraments. The success of his ministry spoke loudly to church authorities, who still wondered if encouraging a native clergy in China was a good idea. Father Augustine went to Yunnan to work among the Yunnanese Aboriginal people in the highlands, and he was finally assigned to pastoral duties with the scattered Catholic communities of western Sichuan. It was not until he was settled in Sichuan that Zhao encountered serious difficulties. In 1815, inaugurated a protracted and severe anti-Catholic purge that swept forcefully through his region. Father Augustine was determined to remain with his Christians in spite of continued recommendations that he escape these dangers and flee from Sichuan. Like so many other priests who lived in China during the 1815 anti-Christian purges, Zhao Rong was forced to hide during the days and maintain a very low profile, going out at night to serve the Christian community. But when a dying Catholic in Chongqing needed the final sacrament during the day, Zhao Rong rushed to perform last rites. It was just his bad luck. He encountered a local bandit on the road who asked him if he was a follower of the foreign religion. Father Augustine answered honestly. He replied that he was both a Christian and a priest. The bandit reported this to the local magistrate. Of course, there was a reward, and Zhao Rong was arrested and taken to Chengdu, the provincial capital, where on January 27th he underwent unpitying beatings and interrogations. He was ordered to apostatize, and when he refused to deny his faith, his face was beaten 80 times with a leather shoe. The old priest was nearly 70 years old, and his health was much too frail to endure this mistreatment. The torments he endured during his trials took a heavy toll on his weak body, and he died in his cell before the end of the year. Local Christians removed his body and solemnly buried his remains, and his grave became an important pilgrimage site for Chinese Catholics. Saint Thaddeus Liu Reiting was also martyred in Sichuan, though he died 8 years later during the reign of Emperor Daoguang. England had by then already begun selling opium in China, causing widespread addiction and badly battering China's economy. So it is somewhat understandable why Daoguang was suspicious of foreigners and the religion they brought with them. Unlike St. Jiaorong, Liu Reiting was born into a Catholic family, but he was raised in a very Buddhist context, which meant that he was part of a Christian minority that was always part of the village margins. His parents gave him the baptismal name Thaddeus, the apostle of Christ who suffered martyrdom by being beaten with a club and then beheaded at Persia. He was born in 1773, and after his parents had both died when he was only 20, Liu Reiting began studying Latin in preparation for formal seminary training. He was very well known for his personal piety and service to his church community, which he provided with gentleness and joy. Mother Teresa once said that true holiness consists of doing God's will with a smile. He was in this sense truly holy. Thaddeus Liu Reiting completed his seminary studies and was ordained by the French bishop Saint Gabriel Turenne de Fraisse in 1808. Father Liu's first assignment was to northeastern Sichuan, but his new ministry there was short-lived due to Emperor Daoguang's anti-Christian decrees. Not only were Christians under suspicion by the government, but common rumors were spread that foreigners were freakish monsters. At that time, there was a popular myth in China that Westerners were, underneath their clothing, large masses of hair. Foreigners were thus called Harries in Chinese, and Chinese who had converted to Christianity, a foreign religion, were referred to as second-hand Harries. Father Liu and other Chinese priests were in this second category, polluted by their new religious attachment to a foreign religion. Starting in 1817, local authorities began to arrest Chinese priests, and Thaddeus narrowly escaped being seized in 1819. By May 1st, 1820, 2 of his fellow Chinese priests had already been imprisoned for refusing to deny their Christian faith, and he himself was hiding at the home of a Christian named Zhao Changlin. Local Catholics had secretly gathered in Mr. Zhao's house to celebrate Pentecost. During this gathering, another Chinese man reported their whereabouts to the local authorities, who dispatched police to arrest the unaware Christians gathered for Holy Mass. As the court troops crashed through the door, Father Thaddeus turned in surprise. His reaction was misinterpreted by one of the policemen as an attempt at self-defense, and the guard thrust his spear into the priest's arm. The group of around 30 faithful were rounded up and delivered to the local court to face tribunals. They were fortunate that their first judge was, in fact, superstitious, because just before he asked the Christians his first question, the ceiling beam of the great hall cracked and fell. He believed this was a sign to avoid the usual tortures administered to prisoners. The judge did, however, order one of the court runners to wear Father Liu Reiting's priestly vestments while holding a communion wafer and a box of holy oils. The man was commanded to parade through a nearby street, while another beat a gong in front of him, announcing loudly, "Medicine extracted from the eyeballs and wafer from deluded believers. All of you do not believe in the Catholic religion." Being superstitious, the judge believed popular legends about Catholics, and one of them was that missionaries, Western missionaries, removed the eyeballs from Chinese people and turned them magically into silver. Thaddeus continued to be humiliated in various ways until he was transferred on December 12th to Chengdu, and again in 1821 to the city of Chushan. The following year, the imperial order to execute Father Liu Reiting arrived from the emperor himself. The executions of Christians were never delayed. His jailers took him to the execution ground, where he was slowly strangled to death in a public spectacle. His executioner twisted a hempen cord around St. Liu Reiting's neck and tightened and released it 3 times. The final twist completely cut off his air supply, and he died. His body was taken and unceremoniously buried at Guanshan. Local Catholics later removed his remains and held a solemn Christian burial at another cemetery, which became a popular pilgrimage site. Both St. Jiaorong and St. Liu Reiting were martyred during a very complicated and unstable era of China's long history. England had begun its campaign of selling opium to the Chinese people, and the missionaries, who sometimes arrived on boats armed with large, imposing cannons, were often seen as agents of Western imperialism and drug sales. But what the Chinese authorities did not know was that the Western powers that brought guns and opium to China did so without the support of the missionaries who traveled with them. But history is often untidy, and this entire episode of China's history gave the church many martyrs. The era that followed the Opium Wars was even more anti-Christian. By 1898, Sino-Western tension reached a fevered peak, and by 1900, the Boxer uprising against foreigners and Christian missions resulted in the wholesale massacre of tens of thousands of Christians. In fact, one village of 3,000 Catholics was entirely massacred by imperial troops and Boxers. The final saint I'll discuss in this episode is one of the more compelling examples of a Chinese Catholic who died during the dreadful killings carried out during the summer months of 1900. This saint is the young Shi Zhuzi, who is all the more remarkable because he was martyred before his baptism. This is what the church calls a baptism of blood. Pope John Paul II made special mention of Saint Shi in his homily as he canonized the martyr saints of China on October 1st, 2000. The Holy Father said that Shi Zhuzi cried out fearlessly to the band of Boxers that had just cut off his right arm and were preparing to flay him alive. The saint said, "Every piece of my flesh and every drop of my blood will say to you, I am a Christian." He was being tortured because he had refused to reject Christianity and worship a statue in a close-by temple. Saint Shi Zhuzi was born into a non-Christian household in Hebei province in 1882, and his parents followed China's indigenous religious culture, which was eclectic. It was an admixture of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. His parents were illiterate farmers, and so Saint Shi Zhuzi learned about the Christian faith orally from a nearby Catholic family. He attended Holy Mass on Sundays and feast days, though not without the disapproval of his parents. By 1899, local bands of young men began to form into Boxer units that trained in martial arts and made oaths to drive out foreigners and eliminate Christianity in the Middle Kingdom. Shi's parents were understandably frightened that their son's involvement with the Catholic mission would bring trouble to their household. They asked Shi Zhuzi to wait until anti-Christian hostilities had ended before returning to church, but he insisted on at least attending masses. And to discourage even this, his parents refused him food. household tensions became heightened when Shijudze refused to make the traditional ritual sacrifices during the Lunar New Year. This was tantamount, in his family's view, to a denial of both his familial ties and his identity as a Chinese. Shijudze was expelled from his family and forced to live in the home of a Catholic family at another village. By June, northern China was teeming with fanatical Boxers who were killing Christians and destroying missions and foreign legations. Amidst these anxieties, Shijudze's parents called for him to return home. They told him that they would not obstruct his conversion to Christianity as soon as the violent incidents were over. So he left the home of his hosts to return home. His parents lived nearly 30 miles away. Providence took him very close to his destination when he was at last confronted by Boxers. They asked Shi if he was a Christian, and he responded that he was. It was common for Boxers, when they encountered a Christian, to take him or her to a nearby temple and give the poor person a chance to live by worshiping the resident deity. In this instance, Shijudze was ordered to make a ritual offering to the Buddhist Bodhisattva Guanyin, and he refused. The Boxers tried to force him to comply, but still, Shi would not apostatize. They dragged him into his home village, passing his parents' home, to torture him. And once they arrived to a public area, Shijudze knelt down and he drew a cross on the ground. Kneeling before the cross, he told his tormentors that he was prepared to die for God. One of the Boxers, named Yellow Tiger, cut off Shi's right arm with his sword, and it was at that moment that the young Christian made his famous affirmation, "You can proceed with your cutting. Go ahead and slice me to pieces," he said, "but each cut, each piece of my flesh, and each drop of my blood will tell you that I am a Christian." The Boxers attacked the kneeling man all at once with their swords and spears until he finally collapsed. He was only 18 when he died, and some might suggest that this was a wasted life. But in Christianity, we often see that when martyrs die, new converts are born. In this case, Shijudze's formerly anti-Christian parents asked for baptism when they heard the tragic news of their own son's death. As Tertullian has said, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. I began this episode with a note of disappointment that we have so few records of the lives of China's Chinese saints, and we should hope that future scholars work to uncover more information about them. China's Catholic martyrs cry to be heard by the entire church. The collective example of their fortitude when confronted with torture and death is astonishing. We could, for example, learn much from Saint Fan Hui, who, after being brutally cut by Boxer swords, faced her attackers and said, "Wait till I've finished my prayers, then you can kill me." And after she had completed her prayers, she looked again at her tormentors and said, "Okay, I'm finished. You can go ahead now." When Boxers gave Saint Wang Zuolong the chance to apostatize and live, he replied, "I cannot deny my faith. I want to go to heaven now." Or there is the example of Saint Ma Taishun, who similarly said to his killers, "I firmly believe in God, and if that's why you want to kill me, don't hesitate." In the Catholic Church, we believe that a saint is someone who we know for certain is in heaven. This is why we ask them for prayers. After all, the saints are now in the presence of God, who can do all things. I think that one of the signal marks of the Chinese martyr saints is their particular example of courage at the moment they faced their deaths. But their courage did not come from nowhere. It was fueled by an abiding faith that Christianity is true, that God exists, and that death is only the beginning of eternal happiness with the author of all creation. I think perhaps that C.S. Lewis had this in mind when he said that courage is not simply one of the virtues, but the form of every virtue at the testing point. China's Chinese saints have been tested, and their courage has given them the greatest reward of all. Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark, and I'm a professor of Chinese history. This series is about the martyr saints of China. China is sometimes called the Middle Kingdom. And this second to the last episode is about the struggles of the Catholic Church in modern China, mostly during the Maoist period. And I'm joined today by a Jesuit priest, Father Paul Mariani, who is a professor of Chinese history also at the University of Santa Clara. And he just finished a book, actually, about the 1950s in Shanghai, about Catholic resistance to really communist sort of suppression or communist strategies to kind of suppress the church in the 1950s. And what's the title of your book, Father?
Well, it looks like the title will be, it'll be called Resistance, The Secret History of Bishop Ignatius Kong, the Jesuits and Catholic Militants in Communist Shanghai from 1949 to 1961. So it'll basically be kind of the years of my research, and I unpacked a kind of fascinating story, which I think people will enjoy reading.
Yeah, well, I know I've read your manuscript, and it's compelling and very active. Well, the reason we're here for this series together really is that you're the expert of the Catholic Church in the Maoist period. And it's an incredibly turbulent era,
Yes.
and that's the reputation it has. But I wonder if you could say something, because the communist government began when? 1949. So the first decade through the 1950s is really the beginning where the communist government is sort of standing on its legs in China. Can you tell us about what's going on in the Catholic Church in the 1950s?
Sure. In the 1950s, it was a very interesting period of time and a period that I wanted to study because you basically had limited religious freedom. It wasn't as if religion was outlawed yet, but it wasn't completely open. And what we see is a state after the Chinese Civil War between nationalists and communists. The nationalists went to Taiwan and the communists remained in China victorious. And they were trying to bring all people on board for their own project. It became clear that some people thought, well, how much will be kind of nation building, and how much will it be the goals of the state to sort of, say, suppress religion? In time, they found out that the state was pretty serious, that it was going to push an atheist agenda. And this is where I think some Christian bodies began to resist those policies.
Mm-hmm. So can you tell us, in a sense, what was going on with Catholics?
Yes.
I mean, what were Catholics doing? You mentioned the word resistance, and it's in your book title. How were they resisting?
Well, in Shanghai, what happened was it was very simple. Other religious bodies did not have to deal with it right away, but later they would. And that is, the regime basically said, look, you can remain Catholics, but just sever your ties with Rome, with the Pope, with the Universal Church. And Catholics at that time, being well catechized and understanding, said, well, not so fast. We don't do that. And the party responded, well, yes, you can keep the trappings of your liturgical life and you can still pray to God, but just cut links. In fact, Protestant groups were asked the same, to cut their ties with mission boards overseas. Not quite the same. It wasn't on the level of theology. For Catholics, it was. We don't cut our ties with the Pope. He is the rock. And so basically, it wasn't as if Catholics were picking a fight or wanted to kind of pick a fight with the regime. It was basically that they could work with the new government in building up the country, but they could not deny some essential features of their faith. So they basically went about certain strategies, and that is they were afraid for their survival. And what I found was a kind of a gripping story where in earlier episodes, we talked about, say, martyrs being produced right away or during a massacre. Here we have kind of not so much a massacre, but a chess game, or like my manuscript, I think, my book reads more like a spy novel, because on the one hand, the state is finding ways to control and penetrate and take over the church, and the church is not just taking it, like being a lamb being led to the slaughter, but kind of step by step. There's a part in the gospel where Jesus says he wants us to be gentle as lambs and wise as serpents. And I think that sometimes we're a little skittish about that. Well, wait a minute, what is this wise as serpents? But the truth is, I think Christians at this time were gentle and meek, but they also had to be very, very intelligent and smart. If the regime said something, well, how far could they get along with that, and how far could they say no?
Well, you mentioned an interesting point, and that is really that the communist government's, one of its largest problems was, well, the Pope.
Yes.
And we know that in their point of view, the Holy Father is sort of seen as an imperialist power, and they didn't want any of the people in China to really be beholden to some outside authority. And you mentioned something else I think is important, and that is you said that martyrs didn't happen in the way that we've been talking about in earlier episodes, i.e. they're not just dying at once, although there were some martyrs. But I think it's important to maybe distinguish the difference before we continue, between martyrs and confessors.
Exactly. I think this distinction is important, especially for this particular period of time. Why? Because in 1947, there were Trappists, men dedicated to lives of prayer and contemplation, quote, away from the world, not far from the Great Wall of China in the north. Well, the Communist Army had come in and basically forced them on a death march. Dozens died and perished. Now, what happened, this reached international news wires. People were aware of this and kind of got China a little bit in hot water. So they had almost, in this period, a no martyr policy. Be sure, do not kill religious personnel. Now still, there were some martyrdoms, but there seems to be a clear policy like, okay, we don't want to give people the excuse to resist us. So therefore, the distinction becomes between a martyr and a confessor. For sure, later on there would be many, many martyrs. But for this period, the regime was very careful about producing martyrs. So the church for the longest time has had a distinction between a martyr and a confessor. A martyr basically going to your death for the faith. And a confessor just short of death. You could be harassed, ridiculed, bothered, sent to the salt mines or labor camps. And in this case, this is where this distinction, because I've actually talked to, in my own research, people that know it wasn't by a bullet or a sword they were put to death. They're very much still alive, in some case living to their 70s, 80s, 90s, but they have spent 20, 25 years in labor camps. Why? For their faith, but also because they would not renounce the Pope. So these what we would call confessors, people of heroic virtue. They've stood up, proclaimed their faith, not been put to death, but basically lost their youth in some cases, sadly enough.
I'm so glad you brought up these Trappists, because I think so few people know, and this is sort of relevant to the shift, I think few people know that the communist military in 1947, as you mentioned, took a group of Trappist monks who were just outside of, not too far from Beijing, on a death march, and many of them were killed and martyred during that death march. But then, of course, after the communist government is founded as the People's Republic of China in 1949, we see more confessors, at least for that first decade. And we've been talking too about resistance. One of the one of the organizations that people read about often if you read books about the Catholic Church in the 1950s, especially in Shanghai, and you mentioned it in your book, that is the Legion of Mary.
Yes.
Can you tell us about the Legion of Mary in China during this period?
The Legion of Mary was quite active in China at this period, especially among Catholics. Still, we have to remember that hundreds of millions of people live in China at this time. The Catholic Church is about 3 million. So still a tiny flock, but a vibrant and an effective minority, 11, hopefully, in society. And the Legion of Mary was a group that was active in China, and basically where they kind of ran afoul of the government was the biggest thing that they were doing was disseminating papal letters. So they were kind of forbidden in China to some extent, or the government didn't want people reading those letters because, let's face facts, Pope Pius XII at that time had a very strong anti-communist point of view. So there was a bit of a clash. There were certain, absolutely, no doubt, irreconcilable differences, meaning on the one hand, the church was against atheist communism. They wanted freedom of religion. And on the other hand, the communist regime was dedicated to building up China. They had a lot of goodwill. They wanted to build up the nation, but it would come at a price of only the party would speak in these areas. So what I found in Shanghai in particular was, say, 1949, after the communist victory, there was kind of a delicate dance, not only between the church, but other groups as well, unions or other religious bodies. And, how much freedom will we have? And that seemed to work for a while. So I would say there's basically 3 major acts. Early period, there's some pressure on the church. Taxes, the schools are taken over, religious schools are taken over by the government. They're forced to teach Marxism, etc. And then the first act was when the government said, look, we have to sort of take control of the church. So the first act was basically an attack on the Legion of Mary. And it was kind of it was an intelligent move, but it would say, look, you can remain Christians, you can remain Catholics, but renounce your affiliation to the Legion of Mary. And of course, this name was a bit unfortunate because the government could say, a legion, you're obviously an armed force. They were not. But the name Legion of Mary, they didn't see them as spiritual soldiers, but actually as a military force. At least that's the way the regime wanted to cast them. Mostly high school students, mostly women, didn't seem to pose a threat. That kind of attempt backfired. Then there was a second attempt in 1953, to divide the church, divide and conquer, right? So the second method was to say, look, there's still a lot of foreign missionaries, not in the rest of the country, but in Shanghai, they kind of gravitated there. So basically an attack on the running dogs and the imperialists. So the imperialists would be foreign missionaries, their running dog would be the local Chinese clergy. So that attempt failed. So in 1955, the church was still resisting religious policy, and they decided, look, go for the jugular. 1955, September, they arrest Bishop Ignatius Kong, leading priests and leading Catholics in the diocese, 1,200 in total. Those people are brought to labor camps and prison. Still, they think they could work out a kind of a way forward, but as the government got more and more stringent, that turned out not to be the case.
I think this is a really good point to talk about. To talk about a Jesuit who
Yes.
I think for those of us who study China, especially Catholic history in China, we're all aware of a Jesuit priest by the name of Beida Chang. And you mentioned Bishop Ignatius Kong, and we should talk about him. But Father Beida Chang was, we might call him a martyr.
Yes.
Who died in this period. Can you talk about him?
Right. Father Beida Chang was a Jesuit, and I think very much a compelling figure, not only for the church in Shanghai, but for the church in China at the time, and hopefully maybe one day for the universal church as a whole. And why is his particular story so compelling is basically he died, as I talked about the 3 acts, the 3 major assaults on the church during this period, he basically died during the first assault, and that was the attack on the Legion. Also the papal ambassador, the internuncio, was expelled during this time, and Beida Chang was arrested. Fascinating figure. Why? Because even before he's arrested, he's sort of like a very charismatic, animated priest. He had studied in France, he had come back, and another Jesuit at the time called him the leading kind of figure of Shanghai Catholicism. In fact, some of the party representatives says he'll constantly outfox you, so watch him carefully, because any move you make against him, he'll find a way around it. So basically, his idea was to ensure the church's survival. So he's arrested, and it looks like what the government was trying to do was turn him, in a sense. Say, look, cut him, make him an offer he couldn't refuse, so to speak. Say, look, you can head the Catholic Church. He probably said, no, that's not what I do, it's the bishop. He said, no, you will head independent Catholic Church. And we think this is the reason why he died in prison, constantly refusing those offers from the government. So very much a powerful symbol of resistance to that kind of policy. And
really probably a martyr for the faith. I mean,
right.
Truly in the sense of the three aspects of being a martyr. I can't help but think about once when I was in China, it was actually during the Olympics, and just out of curiosity, we all know the internet is very restricted in China. I typed in the name Cardinal Kong,
yes.
Cardinal Kong Pin Mei, and my access to the internet was blocked for an hour.
Wow.
They have their ways. But, here outside of China, if you type in to any internet search, Cardinal Kong, he's everywhere. He's perhaps the most, in that period, maybe the most famous bishop, the most powerful bishop in China during the Maoist era. And today he's one of the living testimonies, the living witnesses of resistance to the Communist Party during the Maoist period. And he figures largely in your book. Can you tell us about Cardinal Kong, who you've actually met?
Yes, I did. In 1995, I went with another Jesuit. He said, would you like to meet Cardinal Kong? So we went down to his clergy retirement home in Stamford, Connecticut. He actually gave us his blessing. He was mostly concerned about his priests in China. So just quickly, a background on Cardinal Kong, the first Chinese bishop of Shanghai. There had been a long line of foreign bishops or apostolic administrators of this region, and he's the first, named about 1950. So Bishop Kong meant a great deal to the Shanghai Catholics, that here we have a native son, so to speak, as our first Chinese bishop. And I think, here's someone born in China, loved China, raised in China, and he said he hoped to die in China. And the fact was, through these kind of political turmoil, he was set in opposition to the government. I don't think he took that on willingly, but he wanted to do two things: prove completely that he was Chinese and prove completely that he was a loyal son of the church. At this time, it seemed that they were trying to drive a wedge between that. So Cardinal Kong basically, as I said, 1955, was arrested, brought to the Ward Road jail in Shanghai, and basically lived there for 30 years. In fact, I had letters from the early 60s saying, we think he's on his last legs. Actually, he lived to almost 100. The story is, about 1979, John Paul II, just months or 10 months after he was made Pope, named Bishop Kong in pectore, that is in the heart, a cardinal. It wasn't until 10 or more years later, when Cardinal Kong was out of China, that he was actually able to accept that honor. And when Cardinal Kong received his red hat, so to speak, there was an unprecedented 8-minute standing ovation for his years of fidelity. Now, fascinating figure, but I think one reason why he has not been made a saint, because it's a long process. The fact is, there are still political sensitivities, and hopefully someday, if there's a closer relationship between the Chinese government and the Vatican, there could be a way forward. But right now, unfortunately, he's still unrehabilitated by the Chinese government. And we can say, well, what does that matter? He's still a saint in our eyes, true. But there's still, we hope, for some future dialogue, because we know China is changing, but we cannot brush aside the witness of these brave men and women.
Actually, he died in the United States and is buried not too far from the university that you teach at.
That's right.
Well, after the 1950s, where we have this resistance by the Legion of Mary, as you say, and Cardinal Kong is in prison, and many other Catholic priests and bishops are in prison. There was also another bishop during this Maoist period, when then Bishop Kong was in prison. Can you say something about what was happening, say in China, for example, in Shanghai, when bishops who were loyal to the Holy Father, who refused to separate themselves from Rome, what was happening then? Were there bishops?
Yes, in fact, these were illicitly consecrated, so basically illegal, but valid in that they had received, if they followed form, valid. They were validly ordained, but not legally. So many Catholics will refer to some of those bishops as puppet bishops, or not true, or say patriotic bishops, or not true Catholic bishops. I think that their point of view was, we have to save what can be saved. But on the other hand, they had basically done the one thing that most Catholics had said they would never do, and that is distance themselves from the Pope.
Yeah.
So this is what had happened in this period. A man presented himself to be bishop during those years and kind of had a murky existence because the church was much reduced. He did not have legitimacy, as you can imagine. Only a small group followed him. So this is the case that we have in the 60s, kind of a very sad case.
You know, it's very known, too, that the faithful in China, especially during this initial era where they're learning that the government really wants them to separate from the Vatican, would often say, well, you ask us to denounce the Pope, which in a sense would make them no longer Catholic, but you now ask us to denounce the Pope, and next you'll ask us to denounce the Lord Jesus. So after this period, after the 1950s, into 1966, into this, what we call the Cultural Revolution, which went from 1966 to 1976, we have a very murky period historically, but a very turbulent, maybe one of the most turbulent eras in Chinese history. Can you say something about that period and maybe how it relates to the Catholic Church?
Sure. The Cultural Revolution period was a difficult period, not only for Christians in China, but basically for many Chinese as well. The nation was kind of turned upside down. It was chaotic. In fact, when we were in China recently, we had the very strange situation of having a Catholic man tell us that he had been a Red Guard during the Cultural Revolution, which was a bit shocking. But he said that it was almost like a fantasy land then, when the youth were set out on the streets to denounce their teachers, to denounce people in authority. So the church suffered once again. Ironically, some people who had been arrested early were in a sense safe in the labor camps. They were doing back-breaking labor, long political indoctrination sessions at night, but they were not targeted or attacked. Some were. It seemed that those who remained on the outside, they were more kind of vulnerable to kind of gang violence or mob violence. So basically, you know, if someone wants to collect this data of the martyr saints of the Cultural Revolution, it seems possible. There are definitely saints and martyrs, but it also seems a bit difficult because even today in China, it's a very sensitive topic. In fact, I think so because even some party leaders in China, their own children suffered during this period, were attacked by groups or mobs, and it was almost on the verge of a civil war. Mm-hmm. So yes, there were martyrs, and hopefully we'll know more about them in the future. Churches were ransacked once again, steeples knocked down, stained glass, but also all religious groups suffered in China. So a very unfortunate case, which I think rightfully so, China is trying to distance itself from and move towards the future.
You know, it's interesting. I met a bishop once, an underground bishop in China, who told me that just the first year of the Cultural Revolution, he was taken out in 300 Red Guards, and the word he used in Chinese was dozheng, like struggled against him. And he said that so many priests encountered these events where the Red Guards would struggle against them. Can you tell us something about what that was? I mean, we hear about the Red Guards and we hear about what they did. They struggled against these priests and teachers, but what happened during these so-called struggle sessions?
Well, often they were kind of mass denunciation campaigns where the person, and there's some pretty graphic photos you can see around of people being forced to wear these long white dunce caps with basically saying counter-revolutionary or something on it, and they're often kind of they had their hair clipped or cut randomly, and their hands were forced behind them, and they were forced to kneel down, and then everyone basically have at it, denouncing them for past crimes. So basically, witch hunts.
Witch hunts, yeah. I know this bishop was beaten quite brutally, and then finally he was put into what he called was a labor camp, a Laogai for about 25 years. So this certainly was a terribly tragic period for the church.
In fact, I talked to one woman in this time about she had been in Shanghai, and then she was in the labor camps during this time, and she basically laughed, and she says, "Oh, don't ask about the Cultural Revolution, terrible, terrible." And she just went on. I thought, wow, I mean, again, a witness to the faith of someone who has suffered immensely, but hoping to put certain things behind them and move forward. But a terrible period, yes.
So I wonder, we have about, I think, 4 minutes left, and I really want to make sure that you have a chance to say something about the church today.
Yes.
Because, you and I have been to Mass, and we see it, sometimes there are over 1,000 people in one Mass that we were in.
That's right.
And it seems like the church is flourishing, but there are still problems. Can you say something about, what it's like to be a Chinese Catholic in the pew?
Sure. I think there's something very compelling. I think that's why we want to have this series on the church in China. Is there's something fascinating, compelling, and almost magnetic about China. In fact, my own story is that I've been fascinated with China since I was about 8, 9, 10 years old, growing up in rural western Massachusetts and realizing that there was this whole other world out there where people thought differently, acted differently, and yet we shared a common humanity. That kind of captivated me from an early age. So it's been almost a lifelong endeavor, I think, for the both of us, this fascination for China. So if you go to China today, it's all of the above. It's a wonderful, fascinating, vibrant place. Loads of interesting things, not without its problems. I think for the average person, if they should go to China, they'll see a church growing modestly, not explosively, but growing, kind of a fascinating country, and also a great a sense of an indomitable spirit, an indomitable courage to come into the future.
One of the things that we both saw when we were there was that you could go to a church and you could go to Mass, but you felt watched. There were security cameras, and certainly in one experience that I had, I traveled with some Chinese Catholics, and after I returned to the United States, received an email that they had been followed by the Public Security Bureau.
Okay.
In the last, maybe we have about 2 minutes or a minute and a half left. Can you tell us something about maybe an experience you had collecting documents? Is the government still sensitive about some topics?
I think religion is still a bit of a sensitive, definitely by far not the most sensitive topic. So the government has come a long way in the last 20 or 30 years. There is a religious freedom in some areas for sure. If a person visits China, they can attend churches. They can, and it seems very open. It's just in some areas that there, for sure, there's this other side as well. Mm-hmm. So I think both of the above. It's really fascinating to me, especially to see the faith of the people, that they've held on to their faith for years, in some cases for generations, and it's really some of my most moving experiences are definitely as a priest and talking to people from China and seeing their experiences. So I think for sure, just to see that faith that the church is alive. Mm-hmm. We talk about people we understand that Paschal mystery, we understand suffering and death, but we don't leave it there as Christians. We remember resurrection, and this is the hope, I think, which Chinese Christians live in.
Yeah. Father Mariani, thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless you. And we look very much forward to your book on the Catholic Church and its resistance in the 1950s. It really strikes me as we finish our discussion that when I was in China with Father Mariani, the faithful of one church lined up to receive his blessing, and it was a moving testament to their faith. There was a new priest in town, and a priest from, the United States. So I remember waiting in the room for Father Mariani to come to us because there were so many Catholics. The church is a beautiful church there, and it struggled. And there's something magical about struggle in Christianity. Somehow we Christians, when we're persecuted, we thrive. So, Father, thank you for enlightening us to the history of the church in that period. And God bless you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Anthony Clark, and I'm a professor of Chinese history, and I specialize in the history of Catholic Christianity in China. This series is about the Catholic martyr saints of China, and this is our final episode. It is about their legacy, about the as Tertullian said, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. And this episode is really about what grew from their blood that they planted as they suffered in China. If you have watched any or all of the previous episodes in this series, then it is obvious to you that Christianity has had a rough time in China. But it would be quite incorrect to assume that there is just something about China that makes it inhospitable to Christianity. Quite the opposite. Christianity, when given the freedom to do so, thrives in China. In fact, it often seems to thrive no matter what obstacles it faces. In 1949, the year that China officially became a communist country, there were around 4 million Christians in the Middle Kingdom. Today, after 60 years of communist rule, there are around 40 million Christians in China. And some sources suggest that the present number of Christians in China might be as high as 100 million. Anyone who studies China knows that the fastest growing religion in this officially atheistic country is Christianity. So one of the questions we must ask is why? Is it one of the this is one of the perplexing ironies of Christianity, that it often grows most when it is suppressed. If the church is built on the blood of the martyrs, then I suppose we should get to know what China's martyrs have built. I think the church in China is a very beautiful church. So in this episode, we will look at what has grown where the martyrs have died. We will look at 2 cities where Catholics suffered and were killed, Beijing and Taiyuan, which will serve as excellent examples of how the blood of the martyrs has truly been the seed of the church in the Middle Kingdom. During the violent siege at Beijing against foreign legations and Christian churches in 1900, China's capital was literally soaked with Christian blood, and all but one of the Catholic churches were completely destroyed in the pandemonium. From June 20th until the arrival of the Allied forces in Beijing on August 14th, over 10,000 Boxers, Buddhist lamas, and imperial troops attacked the Vincentian North Cathedral. It was the last Catholic church standing after they had burned, looted, and killed at the other churches in Beijing. Inside the majestic cathedral, there were over 3,000 Chinese Catholics, 30 French troops, 11 Italian troops, and several French and Chinese priests and nuns. The bishop, who kept a diary of the attacks, was a Vincentian, Pierre-Marie Alphonse Favier. More than 400 Catholics were martyred during the long siege. They endured a constant barrage of bullets, flaming rockets, and mine attacks. And the Christians inside also suffered from starvation and a breakout of smallpox. The attacks were carried out daily, and in his diary, Bishop Favier wrote of the fanaticism of the Boxers. He wrote, "The Boxers are truly a diabolical sect. The hatred of the name Catholic drives them to the greatest excesses. Established as they are in every village, they unite on a day specified to attack any one Catholic settlement, destroying and murdering everything and everyone in it. Small children were quartered, women were burned in church or run through with the sword. Men were stabbed or shot, and some were even crucified. The conduct of the Catholics is admirable. Apostasy is proposed to them, but they prefer flight, ruin, even death." End quote. In the end, the Boxers were unable to defeat the cathedral, and in their aggravation, They invented several fictions about the Christians inside. They claimed that the French bishop Pierre Favier was a demon king who was 200 years old and an expert at magic who could make himself invulnerable by smearing blood onto his forehead. Of course, to the Christians inside, it was by the grace of God and His Holy Mother that they were spared. Inside the beleaguered church, the Catholics prayed to Mary, Our Lady of Deliverance, for help. And after they were at last liberated, on the very day their food supply had been exhausted, the 3,000 faithful attributed their salvation to a beautiful lady in white, as they described her. The gratified Bishop Favier wrote in his diary after they were saved, "The good God wishes to save the missions of China. The persecution had been so cleverly organized that it seemed that the Catholic religion in China was going to be extinguished. However, nothing of the kind happened. Thanks be to God, death gives birth to life. Blessed are those who succumb to death. They prepare the way for the final triumph. They are martyrs crowned by God." End quote. I mention this account because this very church is today one of the centers of Catholic worship in China. The crowds who now gather for Mass, where in 1900 over 400 faithful were massacred because they were Christians, have not forgotten the blood that was shed there over a century ago. There is another church in Beijing, the West Church, which was attacked by Boxers in 1900. The Boxers burned the church to the ground on June 15, 1900, and massacred the priest and Catholics they found there. The church was rebuilt in 1912, but closed again by the communists during the Cultural Revolution. It was used then as the warehouse to store Chinese medicine. But on the blood of the 1900 martyrs, and in spite of its closure through the 1960s and 1970s, West Church today boasts a thriving Catholic community. This is actually my parish when I lived in China. New stained glass windows and a triptych above the altar commemorate the faithful who died there. And the parishioners remain very mindful that it was on the blood of the martyrs that their beautiful church was built. Beijing's other churches all have similar histories of martyrdom and suffering. And the current vitality of the city's Catholic community is a powerful testimony of the effective witness of the martyr Christians whose names are still known. Even though Beijing has been the center of China for centuries, it has never really been the center of Christianity in China. In fact, several other cities have had more vibrant Catholic missions in China since Matteo Ricci first entered the Middle Kingdom. For Catholics, the largest mission settlement in the past was Shanghai. Though while Shanghai has certainly suffered, especially during the Maoist era, it does not have the history of intense martyrdom that such northern cities as Beijing or Taiyuan have had. If you ask Chinese Catholics today where the most active Catholic community is located, I think you'll hear most people say that it is centered in the city of Taiyuan, the capital of Shanxi province. I've already discussed the martyrs of Shanxi in a previous episode, but this episode is about the legacy of those martyrs. So if you wish to learn about the seeds of martyrdom planted there in 1900, you'll need to watch those episodes. I'd like to tell you now what a few people know. That is that the Catholic churches of Taiyuan and those around the city are among the most well-attended and fervent I have seen anywhere on earth. An American priest friend of mine recently experienced Mass at Liuhecun Church, just outside of Taiyuan. And he told me afterward that he felt dizzy when he first looked out at the crowd of nearly 3,000 faithful that filled the massive church. But let's return to Taiyuan. If you watched the earlier episode on the Taiyuan martyr saints, then you already know that a terrible massacre of Christians occurred at the court of the city magistrate during the Boxer uprising. and that the Franciscan churches that punctuated the city and nearby villages were almost all destroyed by anti-Christian radicals. But quite literally, out of the ashes, the Catholics of Taiyuan re-emerged to rebuild what is today China's new Catholic capital city. Around 3,000 Christians were massacred in the Roman Catholic Diocese of Taiyuan in 1900. I think that almost every Catholic I've met there has an incredible story to tell about that horrible time. Many of them are relatives of the martyrs, and some are the grandchildren or great-grandchildren of canonized saints. But let me just give you an update on the diocese today, which will give you a very good example of how correct Tertullian was when he said that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. It is astonishing that Taiyuan has suffered two terrible persecutions, one during the Boxer Uprising and another during the Maoist era. Yet it recovered to become China's most Catholic region. After religious activities were again allowed in 1979, Chinese Catholics emerged from almost every nook and cranny in the diocese. As of 2009, church records there account for over 80,000 baptized Catholics. And every Easter, the number of new catechumens is staggering. There are 29 Catholic churches and around 100 chapels, and Mass attendance is, well, astounding. Taiyuan's churches are full, and new churches are being built to accommodate the rising numbers. There are 2 pilgrimage sites in the diocese, and the Vatican has been approached for permission to establish a third. 59 Chinese priests serve the faithful there, and the local seminary, named after the Franciscan missionary to China, John of Montecorvino, is preparing around 20 young men for the priesthood as I speak. 27 nuns live in the diocesan convents, and the last time I visited Taiyuan, just over a month ago, the third retreat house was being built to accommodate the mounting numbers of Catholics who are requesting places to take spiritual retreats. In and around Taiyuan, the martyrs who died there are commemorated everywhere. For example, the white marble panel on the front of the main altar in the cathedral features medallion portraits of the martyr saints who were killed about a mile away in 1900. And the Christians of the small village of Guchongying, where Boxers burned an entire church filled with Catholics to the ground, are constructing a martyrs' hall to commemorate their deaths. A local painter is rendering scenes of Catholic martyrdom on the walls of the hall, and a traditional Chinese pavilion has been built to contain a stone monument dedicated to those who were slain a century ago. Guchongying's Catholics will celebrate a memorial mass every August to remember their martyrs. Every year, tens of thousands of pilgrims flock to Taiyuan's 2 pilgrimage sites. There is a basilica dedicated to Our Lady of Angels at Banchuan Mountain, and a church dedicated to Our Lady of Seven Sorrows at the Catholic village of Dongargo. During the Cultural Revolution in 1966, the pilgrimage church at Banchuan Mountain was attacked by Maoist Red Guards and almost completely demolished. But once religious activities were restored in the 1980s, that is after Mao's death, the faithful who were very poor pooled together their resources to rebuild the church. It stands today a magnificent monument to the faith of Taiyuan's Catholics and a symbol of their desire for beautiful houses for the worship of God. The Church of Our Lady of Seven Sorrows contains a painting of Our Lady mourning the suffering of her divine Son. It was painted by a woman with no previous artistic training, and it is really quite stunning. A Mass is offered every year there for the many thousands of faithful in attendance. You might be asking yourself, how is this possible under China's current communist government? And that is a very good question, one that I cannot easily answer. But things in China are changing rapidly, perhaps for the better or perhaps for the worse. While the churches in Beijing and Taiyuan and most of the country are thriving, well, so is materialism. China is a country of paradox. It is communist, yet the division between wealthy and poor in the Middle Kingdom would scandalize Karl Marx, the author of communism. It is officially atheistic, yet the growing presence of religious fervor in China would outrage Chairman Mao. While the Catholics of Beijing and Taiyuan gather in massive numbers, security cameras continue to monitor church entrances. And seminarians, well, they're still required to attend study sessions on the importance of the Chinese church's independence from the Vatican in Rome. In some ways, the China of today is not unlike the China of the Ming and Qing dynasties. One of the great scholars of China's past, Professor Edward Schaeffer, once described China's imperial government in this way. He wrote, "The government hoped that they would actively control, even eliminate, all manifestations of religious feeling that were not directly controlled by the state. Under such a system, a cult of divine personality could hardly flourish unless it celebrated the name and public activities of a spirit who in his mortal days had been dedicated to the continuation and glorification of the rigid spiritual hierarchy approved by the imperial government." End quote. Schaeffer wrote this about the government of the Tang dynasty over 1,000 years ago. He could easily have said precisely the same thing of China's government today. No religious system that is foreign or is not created by the state can be tolerated by China's long imperial historical system. It is not correct to blame China's religious intolerance today entirely on its current government, when it has a history of religious suspicion that traces back to, well, say, the Han Dynasty, which was founded more than two centuries before the birth of Christ. From my point of view, on the pews in China's grand Catholic churches in Beijing and Taiyuan, I can see how the blood of the martyrs has grown into an animated Catholic community in the Middle Kingdom. But I can also see the same watchful eyes of the government looking into their churches that peered into the churches of the Boxer Uprising in the Maoist era. Less, if any, martyrs' blood is being spilled on China's soil at this moment today. The emperor today is more concerned with renegade provinces and becoming the world's new economic powerhouse. But I still feel the same worried apprehensions that I think the martyrs of China felt over the past few centuries. China is still a bit too unpredictable to feel completely at ease. I'm not sure if the era of martyrdom, well, is really over. Will it ever be? And finally, is China really all that different from other countries when it comes to the persecution of Christians? When I conducted the research to produce this series on the saints of China, I was constantly reminded of the saints of other countries whose stories were suspiciously similar to the ones we've discussed. In any case, for now, Beijing and Taiyuan enjoy comparative freedom to practice religion, and it seems as if the horizon of Christian growth is pretty high in China. If you're a Mass-attending Catholic like me, Undoubtedly, you're familiar with church names such as St. Francis Church, St. Peter's Church, or the much more ubiquitous St. Mary's Church. How often do we hear Chinese saint names attached to our churches that we worship in today? What if we had the choice to attend St. Jiaorong Catholic Church, or maybe St. Wang Arman Catholic Church? Well, today, right now, there is a Martyr Saints of China Mass Center in Hong Kong and a St. Jean-Gabriel Perboire Church in Taiwan, and a few others. But by and large, the Martyr Saints of China rarely, or rather almost never, appear in the vocabulary of the universal church today. After all, the word Catholic means universal. And the names Jiaorong and Wang Arman seem somehow foreign, don't they? But is there such a thing as a foreigner in the universal or Catholic Church? I like Aristotle's famous definition of friendship. Aristotle said, friendship is one soul dwelling in two bodies. As a Catholic, I hear this in a sacramental way. Isn't the entire church, in a certain way, one soul dwelling in many bodies? This episode is about the profound legacy of the Martyr Saints of China that they have made on their own country, and even to some modest degree, all countries all over the world. It is also about how much more China's saints could say to the universal church if their voices were better known, especially among us in the West, who so seldom think of our brothers and sisters in China. I recently met His Eminence Cardinal Joseph Zen in Hong Kong, and I asked him what he thought the most important thing the West can do for the church in China. And his answer was very simple. He said, just get to know it. If this series has helped to make the Chinese better understood and better appreciated, then it has succeeded. Let us pray for China's Christians together, along with Pope Benedict XVI, who wrote in his recent letter to China in 2007. He wrote, "May Mary, most holy, Mother of the Church and Queen of China, who at the hour of the cross patiently awaited the morning of the resurrection in the silence of hope, accompany you with maternal solicitude and intercede for all of you, together with Saint Joseph and the countless holy martyrs of China. Amen." I think it's probably appropriate, especially as we talk about the church in China, to end with what I would say is probably the most often prayed Chinese prayer in China, and that's the Hail Mary. So let us pray together the Hail Mary in Chinese and dedicate this prayer for all those Christians who do still suffer in China, who suffer for their faith and continue to witness to us today. And we pray, Wan Fu Maria, Nin 充满圣宠，主与您同在，您在妇女中受赞颂，您的亲子耶稣同在，同受赞颂，天主圣母玛利亚，求您现在和我们临终时，为我们罪人祈求天主。阿们。在天中过之后，为我们等祈。阿们。因父及子及圣神之名 In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.